Chapter 364, An Isolated Island and a Huge Ship. My head feels heavy. This was the first thought that came to Han Li's mind upon waking up. After Han Li and Crooked Soul started the transfer, he felt immense pressure from the yellow light enveloping him. But fortunately, the greater displacement medallion promptly released a faint azure light, causing the pressure to immediately disappear at the cost of it wildly draining the spiritual power in his body. However, Han Li was prepared and wasn't alarmed. This change caused by the greater displacement medallion had been described in ancient records. In an instant, the medallion stopped absorbing spiritual chi and the yellow light around him faded away. He and Crooked Soul had arrived in a dark, indistinct place. As there was very little light, Han Li was unable to clearly see his surroundings. But based on the silence, there shouldn't be anyone nearby. Han Li felt relieved and walked out of the spell formation. But he felt a sudden burst of dizziness after just a few steps. His legs grew soft and he fell on his behind, feeling the urge to vomit from his discomfort. Han Li knew that the long-distance teleportation had left him feeling unwell, and the severity of his current discomfort was caused by his low cultivation. However, now was not the time to deal with it. He quickly commanded Crooked Soul to destroy the transportation formation. Crooked Soul expressionlessly took out the huge silver sword he was previously given and chopped the spell formation into pieces. When Han Li saw this, he finally relaxed. He then sat on the ground and rested for a moment, eventually adapting to the darkness of the cave. He had a vague feeling that this room seemed to have been abandoned a long time ago. Not only was it pitch black, there was also a dense smell of decay. He touched the floor to find a thick layer of dust. This caused Han Li to feel more at ease. At the very least, nothing dangerous would appear for the time being. A long while later, Han Li's feeling of discomfort eventually passed, and he stood up using his hand to support him. After that, Han Li took out a moonlight stone from his storage pouch and was able to clearly see the room. Just as he had suspected, this place was a stone room that had been uninhabited for a long time. There was nothing of note except for a stone door across from him. Han Li turned his head to glance at the destroyed transportation formation. After a moment of hesitation, he turned his attention to the door and attempted to forcefully push it open. Much to his surprise, Han Li was able to easily open it. Han Li was astonished. A huge flight of limestone stairs appeared before him. He slowly turned his gaze upward and saw that there was no end. Just like the room, the stairs also had a layer of dust on them. It was clear that no one had came here for quite some time. After taking another look back at the room behind him, he discovered that the stone room was actually a small mountain cave. Han Li pondered for a moment before lightly shaking his head with ridicule. He then slowly climbed up the stairs with Crooked Soul following behind him. The flight of stairs wasn't very long. After turning a corner, Han Li was already able to see the exit. A huge mountain rock was blocking the round exit. Han Li wrinkled his brow and commanded Crooked Soul without the slightest hesitation, "Split it open." Han Li then took a step to the side. Crooked Soul moved forward with a large stride and grasped the silver sword above his head. He easily chopped the rock into pieces as if it were soft tofu, allowing blinding sunlight to seep in along with a burst of fresh air. Han Li took a deep breath in and out. Ever since he was teleported here, he had held his breath, unwilling to breathe due to the strange scent within the cave. The fresh air was a liberation from the suffocating atmosphere. However, he was a bit confused as to why the air was moist and had a faintly salty taste. He had never smelled such a unique scent before. With that question in mind, Han Li walked past Crooked Soul and took a look outside with eyes squinting from the blazing sun. Han Li was left stunned by what he saw. As far as the eye could see, he saw endless expanse of dark blue water. Han Li was lost in amazement for a long while before finally waking up. Could this be the legendary sea? Han Li thought with pleasant surprise. The largest bodies of water Han Li had seen previously were the huge 100-meter-wide rivers at the Lan province. He had heard of such a vast, limitless ocean in books, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he felt a huge shock unlike any other. After gazing at the scene from above, Han Li lowered his head and thought about his location, revealing some confusion a few moments later. He was located on a relatively tall cliff, and while the bottom of the cliff wasn't far, it bordered a huge ocean. Waves from the huge ocean repeatedly struck against the reef below. Stroking his chin, Han Li pondered for a while. The color of this ocean's water was entirely different from the description of the endless sea, as it appeared to be the color of a normal sea. It seemed that he had been transported from the heavenly south region to the coastline of some unknown region. Nevertheless, there was nothing that he could recognize here. Being outside of the heavenly south region, He felt uncertain and wasn't able to make out any familiar features in this place. With that in mind, Hanli didn't immediately set off on his magic tool. Instead, he closed his eyes and slowly released his spiritual sense to see whether there were any cultivators nearby. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Hanli withdrew his spiritual sense and revealed a strange expression. He wordlessly released his divine wind boat. With a flash of light, he soared through the sky without the slightest effort at concealment. After he was about 100 meters in the air, Hanli stopped and stood at the front of the boat, surveying the scenery around him. Everything he saw was tinted with deep blue light. The sparkling light of the sea's rippling waves blurred Hanli's vision. He was above an isolated island about 6 kilometers wide. As for the cliff he flew out of, it was only a small protruding hill on the island. Hanli stroked his nose and bitterly smiled. This was truly troublesome. Although there seemed to be no danger here, he was unable to cultivate on this island. The island's spiritual chi was extremely thin. If he wanted to mature spiritual herbs, he would require a place with adequate spiritual chi. Otherwise, the green liquid would be ineffective. In addition, due to the strong spiritual nature of precious spiritual herbs, abundant spiritual chi was required. This left Hanli feeling very helpless. Hanli sailed around the island once through and found that there weren't any other islands nearby. In addition, this small island had no life aside from mountainous trees and small snakes. As a result, he could only sigh and return to the cave. Once he returned, Hanli first slept off his headache without any interruptions. He had previously worked on restoring the formation over many days without sleeping, leaving him completely exhausted. These problems were best tackled after he had slept his fill. With Crooked Soul guarding him, Hanli slept soundly for an entire day. Once he woke up, Hanli stood alone atop the mountain and stared at the sea while lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, Hanli expressionlessly flew down the mountain and found a suitably sized stone to block the cave. Then, with Crooked Soul on board, he circled the vicinity on his boat and confirmed the direction of the setting sun before flying off without hesitation. Hanli guessed that since there was nobody on the island with the transportation formation, there must be some other island or land nearby. Otherwise, who would head out to the middle of nowhere and construct such an expensive ancient transportation formation? Naturally, Hanli didn't know which direction was correct. He had already decided to fly in this direction for several days. If there were no traces of any cultivators or mortals, he would go back and fly in a different direction. Although this method was extremely clumsy, it was Hanli's only choice in this unfamiliar sea. In any case, he had plenty of spirit stones in his storage pouch. He didn't have to worry about running out of spiritual power. Perhaps Hanli's luck was especially good that day. He only had to fly for half a day before finding a huge seafaring ship. Hanli was delighted. After all, dealing with mortals would be much smoother compared to negotiating with cultivators. But Hanli felt a bit baffled upon looking at the huge ship. The hull of the ship strangely had no mast or sails. At the ship bow, there were over 10 huge fish quickly pulling the ship forward. Although these fish had huge bodies and a mouth filled with sharp teeth, he felt that they didn't possess the slightest spiritual chi and weren't demonic beasts by any measure. If this were not the case, Hanli wouldn't have dared to go near the ship. Chapter 365. Wang Changqing. Hanli gazed at the huge 10-meter-long fish from a distance and flew around the ship twice before finally deciding to head towards it. It was clear that those on the ship had seen Hanli coming. With a few loud shouts, a huge crowd of over 300 people amassed, filling the entire bow of the ship. Once these people saw Hanli hovering in midair, they revealed reverence and started to bow and salute Hanli. While Hanli was amazed by the display, a luxuriously dressed middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd and nervously said something. He helplessly stood by as if he were waiting for Hanli's command. Hanli stroked his nose and bitterly laughed. He didn't understand or make sense of a single word of their language. The question of how to communicate with them made his head hurt. Seeing that Hanli didn't reply, the middle-aged man grew panicked and urgently said something. Although Hanli didn't understand what he said, he was able to make out what he meant. Hanli wrinkled his brow. After some thought, he spoke out in the common tongue of the heavenly south region. "If there is anyone here that can understand my words, please tell me." Hanli then swept his gaze across the crowd. The middle-aged man appeared at a loss. It was quite obvious that he didn't understand what Hanli had said. As for the others, they were also left baffled. Hanli helplessly sighed and started to use the words of several different ancient languages, using them each once through. He had initially learned these ancient languages in order to cultivate tongue-twisting incantations, but he hadn't mastered them in the slightest. Eventually, a gray-haired old man from the crowd seemed to have reacted to one of the languages. Han Li felt overjoyed upon seeing this and pointed toward the old man. "Old man, do you understand my words?" Han Li slowly spoke using the ancient language. As he didn't use the language often, he was very unfamiliar with it. When the old man heard Han Li, he hesitated for a moment before walking to the side of the middle-aged man. Also using the ancient language, he respectfully replied, "This old man Wang Changqing had indeed learned this immortal clan's language when he was young. Does this immortal master have any commands?" Han Li revealed a slight smile upon seeing that the old man had understood the ancient language. His figure suddenly flashed and he appeared beside the old man, startling both the old and middle-aged man. Han Li spoke with a gentle tone, "As you well know, I am not able to speak the local tongue. I only passed by here to ask about a few matters. There is no need to panic." He had previously swept his spiritual sense throughout the huge boat and found that the boat only housed mortals. Because he found no cultivators, he was able to descend without worry. Han Li didn't pay notice to the mutterings of the old and middle-aged man. Instead, he beckoned to his divine wind boat in the sky, causing it to slowly descend toward the ship bow. After Crooked Soul got off the divine wind boat, the small boat quickly shrunk into a small white light and flew into Han Li's hand. After this was done, Han Li took a sideways glance. Although the mortals on the ship saw this, they didn't appear shocked at all and maintained their original reverent expression. They were clearly accustomed to seeing cultivators and their tricks. Otherwise they wouldn't have appeared nearly as calm. Also, since these people didn't seem to come from particularly exceptional backgrounds, it appeared that it wasn't taboo for the cultivators of this land to reveal themselves to mortals. Han Li thought with a pensive expression. Currently, the old man had translated Han Li's words for the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was initially shocked before revealing pleasant surprise. He then said a long string of unintelligible words towards Han Li with an extremely excited expression. Han Li felt at a loss and couldn't help but turn his gaze towards the old man. The old man naturally understood what Han Li meant. He quickly gave Han Li an explanation. "Great immortal, this man is Sergu, the master of this ship. He intends to invite you to reside as a guest at his residence on the Stalwart Stars Island. He is willing to supply the resources for your cultivation." "Stalwart Stars Island?" Han Li rubbed his chin and gave a non-committal response. Seeing that Han Li wore an indifferent expression, the middle-aged man became even more fervent and uttered another long string of words. This time he revealed an apologetic smile. Han Li didn't need the old man's translation to understand why he wanted to invite Han Li to stay on the Stalwart Stars Island. Without waiting for the old man to translate, Han Li bluntly waved his hand and said, "First, tell this ship's master that I am new to this noble land and am unfamiliar with the local conventions. Consequently, I am not able to agree to anything. I will decide whether I want to stay on his Stalwart Stars Island after I am given an explanation. Also, I currently do not understand your language. I hope he will allow me to follow this ship for a few days so that I may learn the local language and a few local conventions from you in passing." Not daring to slight Han Li, he hurriedly gave the middle-aged man a translation. When the middle-aged man heard Han Li, he revealed obvious disappointment. But still, he respectfully saluted Han Li and loudly yelled a few words behind him. Suddenly, everyone on the bow withdrew from the deck like a swarm of bees. After giving the old man his reply, he also withdrew. As such, only Han Li and the old man remained at the ship's bow. The old man smiled to Han Li and said, "Immortal Master, Master Gu has agreed to your request. In addition, he has given you a room on the ship. Please follow me." Han Li agreed, indifferently nodding his head. As such, Han Li and Crooked Soul followed the old man Wang Changqing into the ship. It's certainly large. That was Han Li's first thought upon entering the ship's hold. The ship's hold had paths and corridors in every direction and an unknown number of rooms. Whenever a mortal saw Han Li, they revealed reverent expressions and made way for Han Li. After several turns, Han Li and Crooked Soul arrived at a comparatively large wooden door. Wang Changqing pushed open the door without any hesitation and stepped to the side, inviting Han Li to enter first. Han Li didn't bother being polite and entered the room with Crooked Soul in tow, taking a look around afterwards. The room was quite decent. Not only was it quite large, it also didn't feel stuffy at all. But what Han Li felt was most strange was a small odd tree in a flower pot in the corner of the room. The tree was perfectly straight and was completely branchless with palm-sized triangular leaves growing all over it. In addition, the entire tree glittered with silver light as if it were made out of pure silver. Upon seeing the tree, Han Li revealed great curiosity. When the old man saw Han Li's amazement, he respectfully gave Han Li an explanation. It seems that Immortal Master hasn't seen a silver-angled tree before. It really is an uncommon rarity. Not only is it a gorgeous sight, it freshens and cleans the air when placed inside. It is a seldom-seen treasure for seafarers. It is only because our shipmaster is such an domineeringly rich man that he was able to acquire 4 of them. Han Li faintly smiled but remained silent. How could he not make out that this Wang Changqing was trying to curry favor on the shipmaster's behalf? Han Li had Crooked Soul guard the door and sat down in the room's chair. Wang Changqing reservedly stood at Han Li's side, not daring to sit down as he pleased. Han Li smiled from seeing his restraint and amiably said, "Mr. Wang, there is no need to be so formal. Please take a seat. There are a few things that I'd like to discuss with you." Wang Changqing repeatedly stated that he didn't dare to in a manner of reverence and trepidation. Han Li wrinkled his brow in response and didn't press him any further. After a short moment of thought, he straightforwardly asked, "I am a cultivator that came here from another land. I was wondering if Mr. Wang could give me an introduction to the nearby regions and customs. Naturally, the more that you can tell me about matters pertaining cultivators, the better. I will certainly give this elderly man my thanks." As Han Li spoke, his expression was tranquil as can be. Wang Changqing pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Since Immortal Master came from a foreign land, then I must first tell you that this place is the Scattered Stars Sea. We are in the southwest quadrant of this area. The 3 great islands nearby are the Tail Star Island, Stalwart Star Island, and Sang Star Island. Naturally, there are also many islands of smaller sizes with both cultivators and mortals living on each. We share the same conventions as those of other territorial waters. Every island has an island lord, a cultivator with the greatest magic power that is responsible for protecting the island. If other cultivators wish settle on the island and are willing to hold an office, they will be given a set amount of spirit stones from the island lord every year, but they must obey the island lord's commands. Naturally, if one were to reside on an island and was unwilling to hold an office, they would be required to give the island lord a set amount of spirit stones every year if they wish to remain on the island." With that said, Wang Changqing paused, revealing an expression of admiration as if he held great longing towards cultivators. Chapter 366. Master Gu's Business. Wang Changqing continued, "Mortals that live on these islands must perform labor or pay spirit stones. Otherwise they aren't allowed to reside on the island. Because of the immortal techniques that were placed on these islands, there is no need to fear assault from heavenly winds or demonic beasts. As such, us mortals may live without fear. In addition, the Immortal Master's powers are remarkable. Whenever us mortals travel afar, we spare no effort to hire 1 or 2 Immortal Masters to accompany us. That way if we come across any demonic beasts while at sea, we will have a chance at living. Naturally, the Immortal Masters that agree to be hired would be comparatively free when compared to those previously mentioned." Heavenly wind? Han Li was puzzled upon hearing those words. He knew about demonic beasts but hadn't heard of this heavenly wind before. The previous land that Immortal Master resided in didn't have attacks by heavenly wind? The old man appeared to be marveled. "I saw no heavenly winds where I previously cultivated. What are they? Something comparable to demonic beasts?" Han Li calmly asked without care. Although Wang Changqing felt doubtful, he still gave Han Li a sincere explanation. Heavenly winds, demonic beasts, and ghost mists are known as the 3 great natural disasters in the Scattered Star Seas. There is no need to speak of demonic beasts. Immortal Master surely knows about them more than I, but it should be known that most of the demonic beasts of the sea are beyond huge and are proficient in water attribute demonic techniques. Us mortals have no way of dealing with them. Only immortals are able to strike them down. As for heavenly winds, they are hurricanes that occur twice a year that sweep through the entirety of the Scattered Star Seas. The areas it passes suffer from monstrous sea waves, destroying lives and shelters. If we were not on an island protected by immortal techniques, us mortals would face certain doom. It is also said that if an immortal were to be dragged into a heavenly wind, it would be extremely difficult to escape, and they would likely die within." Wang Changqing appeared fearful as he said this. "And the ghost mist? What kind of natural disaster is that?" Han Li expressionlessly continued his questions. He wanted to understand these 3 natural disasters clearly, so that he would be better prepared if he happened to come across them. The old man paused for a moment before continuing. He was truly shocked that the cultivator before him truly knew nothing about the circumstances of the sea or the most mysterious of the 3 greatest natural disasters, the ghost mist. Where was this cultivator from? Could it be that he came from a place of dry land? But this place was the scattered star seas. Apart from the nearby sea territories, there were no large territories of land to speak of. Restraining his bafflement, Wang Chongqing continued to give Han Li an explanation, not daring to neglect him. The ghost mist is the most fearful and mysterious of the natural disasters of the scattered star seas. It is a black mist that often drifts erratically across the sea. Any life trapped within that black mist will not escape from it. If mortals see it, their death is already decided. As for cultivators, they are no exception either. If cultivators see it, it will be far too late for them to escape as well. Although this mist is terrible, it only appears at certain locations. It never approaches the larger islands. So long as one takes precaution, it is possible to preserve one's life. As a result, this particular natural disaster has killed the fewest people despite being the most fearsome. The old man revealed some joy as he spoke. Han Li sunk into thought after he heard this. What kind of cursed place is this? According to what was said, my plan of finding a small island with spiritual chi to cultivate in seclusion is worthless. Otherwise, I might run into the heavenly wind or ghost mist and meet a miserable end. Having seen that Han Li appeared displeased, the old man became apprehensive. Could it be that I've said something to offend the great immortal? While the old man was anxious, Han Li muttered to himself before asking, "That Master Gu from before, why does he want me to go to his residence on Stalwart Star Island? Also, where is this boat currently heading?" Han Li stared at the old man with a face revealing neither joy nor anger. The old man's heart thumped when he saw Han Li's indifferent expression and he couldn't help but hesitate. How could Han Li not see that there was something wrong? He eased up his expression saying, "Mr. Wang, be at ease. I am only asking this to clearly understand the present circumstances. After all, I can't just casually agree to Master Gu's request without knowing anything. If I only have to help with a few minor errands, I wouldn't mind taking a trip to Stalwart Star Island." Wang Chongqing knew that he could no longer stay silent, else he would greatly offend this immortal and be certain to face a bitter outcome. Thus, after a dry cough, he smiled and spoke while trembling, "This old man begs immortal master to not blame him. In truth, this matter wasn't meant to be concealed. It was just that immortal master hadn't asked." Han Li sardonically rolled his eyes in his mind when he was given these evasive words. Still, the old man tactfully gave an immediate explanation of the situation. Originally, this ship had just finished making a trip for business and was en route to return to Stalwart Star Island. As for Master Gu, he was not born and raised on Stalwart Star Island, but from one of Stalwart Star Island's subsidiary islands instead. But after he became prosperous from business, he had recently decided to move to Stalwart Star Island. The truly lucrative business involved traveling to large, faraway islands, which only mortals of Stalwart Star Island were capable of doing. Mortals that were born on the main island and those born on subsidiary islands held differing statuses. Master Gu's business was originally reselling goods among the subsidiary islands. Only after moving to the main island did he take his business a step further. But after they arrived on the main island, Master Gu made an astonishing discovery. The business of long-distance trading between the great islands wasn't something one could casually participate in. This business had been previously allocated to a set number of parties. Only 10 clans on the island were able to participate in this extremely lucrative business. In addition, these 10 clans were not fixed and unchanging. They were decided in a magic battle that was held every 3 years. If a clan wishes to step into this business, they must request an immortal to undergo this competition. Only with their immortal's victory in the challenge would they be able to acquire the permit to conduct trade between the great islands. When Master Gu learned of this, he lost his head from panic. Because he had previously only performed short-distance trade, he had never hired any cultivators as there was no threat from demonic beasts. As a result, he knew pathetically few cultivators. He originally intended to wait until he had acquired a business and slowly amassed the large sum required to hire one. But now it was far too late. He had received this information close to the date of the next 3-year magic battle. He couldn't possibly have the time to look for a cultivator to hire. Although there were many cultivators at Stalwart Star Island, a majority of them were proud and arrogant. Only a pitiful few were willing to enter employment under a mortal, and most of them would only lend their assistance if they had some relation beforehand. As for the 10 cultivators he was somewhat acquainted with, they found it embarrassing to participate in the challenge. Running short on time, Master Gu was unable to find any willing cultivators on Stalwart Star Island. Without any better option, he took a trip to deliver goods back to the island he was born on, and he took advantage of that opportunity to ask for the assistance of a distant relative who had some relation to a cultivator. But he truly didn't expect that this particular cultivator had left on a distant journey. Master Gu had been truly left dumbstruck. But now Han Li, a foreign cultivator, had entered his boat. Having finally found a cultivator despite his previous disconcerting failures had left Master Gu overjoyed. Although he didn't know the level of Han Li's cultivation, it was better than being forced to give up and wait for another 3 years. Therefore he had previously attempted to rope Han Li in at all costs and have Han Li fight on his behalf. Having heard this, Han Li was left completely speechless. When he heard that cultivators were hired by mortals to go to sea, he found this unbelievable. But now having heard that cultivators fought magic battles on behalf of mortals for the qualifications to do trade between large islands, Han Li was temporarily at a loss for words. It seemed that although cultivators in this area were an aloof and remote crowd, they did not feel that it was beneath their dignity to work under mortals. Instead, it seemed that mortals and cultivators shared some sort of tangled relationship here. However, he'd rather avoid participating in a magic battle for Master Gu's long-distance trade qualifications. He was not so desperate for pay. But he still felt somewhat uncertain. With a faint smile, he slowly asked, "Mr. Wang, I am truly inexperienced. I still have something I must consult with you about. If there is anything Immortal Master does not understand, please ask. This old man will do his best to answer." The old man respectfully replied with haste, "I find myself at a loss. If one wanted to carry goods between islands, why would they have ordinary mortals ferry them across the sea? Are immortals unwilling to use their storage pouch and other such magic tools? Isn't flying both faster and safer?" Chapter 367. Settling down with a guarantor. Wang Chongqing bitterly smiled in response. Immortal Master jests. Although there are a few immortals with storage pouches, they are incomparably precious. How could they lend them to us mortals and ferry our common items? Furthermore, every transaction between the large islands consists of great quantities. An immortal storage pouch may be wondrous without comparison, but it can only hold so much. Even more so, immortals wouldn't do something so beneath their dignity as freighting goods. Wang Chongqing gave Han Li a careful explanation. Han Li nodded his head without speaking and sunk into contemplation with narrowed eyes. After a long while, Han Li indifferently said, "Master Gu wishes for me to act on his behalf, but I am powerless to do so. Because my cultivation isn't high, me agreeing would only shame him. I request that Mr. Wang report to Master Gu that he should find someone better qualified. As for the service of bringing me to Stalwart Star Island on his boat, I am able to offer a few spirit stones in remuneration." Han Li spoke slowly and clearly, but his voice was cold and detached. When the old man heard Han Li's rejection, his face paled slightly. He then pitifully pleaded, "Great Immortal, please assist my clan's master. In order to pursue this business, Master Gu already paid a great price to the ship's staff. Master Gu has also paid a great sum of spirit stones for the right to participate in the challenge. If he does not acquire the qualifications to trade between the great islands, the Gu clan will surely go bankrupt. Us laborers will also lose our jobs and will have to find different opportunities. My cultivation is truly inferior. Also, I do not wish to provoke any quarrels upon arriving at Stalwart Star Island." Han Li expressionlessly shook his head in blunt refusal. Seeing that Han Li's refusal was certain and that his tone was strict, Wang Chongqing didn't dare to continue his pleading. He could only resolve his spirit and chat about the local customs with Han Li, telling him urgently needed knowledge. An hour later, Han Li noticed that the old man's mind was wandering. He sent him away to rest, telling him to come back when his mind was clearer. Wang Chongqing had felt tired for quite some time. Seeing that Han Li had shown him consideration, he didn't decline and followed his suggestion. After the old man left and respectfully closed the door, Han Li couldn't help but sigh. Although he had some wealth on hand and even held some spiritual medicines that benefited mortals, he didn't have the slightest intention of giving any to the old man. He couldn't possibly reveal his wealth in this unfamiliar land. Otherwise, he might provoke unnecessary trouble. Even fatal disaster wasn't an unlikely possibility. With that in mind, Han Li sat down cross-legged on the bed. He then swallowed a yellow dragon pill and began refining his qi. He must restore his cultivation as soon as possible. After all, strength truly speaks loudest regardless of what land one resided in. After meditating for only a short moment, he heard faint footsteps from outside his room. Although Han Li didn't open the door, he had released his spiritual sense outside earlier and could see everything that occurred. The old man called Wang Chongqing had returned with Master Gu closely following behind him with an appearance of great worry. Han Li wrinkled his brow. It seemed trouble had come for him. It was obvious that this Master Gu hadn't given up yet and came to bother him. Were this the Heavenly South region, Han Li could stop them in their tracks with an ice-cold shout, and they wouldn't dare to enter. But he was a new arrival in an unfamiliar land. He mustn't appear too unreasonable. Without waiting for the two to knock on the door, he said with a mild tone, "Please come in. The door isn't locked." Master Gu and Wang Changqing were shocked. But then they immediately realized that this great immortal had invited them in. They hastily tidied up their clothes before respectfully entering the room. At this moment, Han Li had already gotten off the bed and was now standing with his hands behind his back. "Great Immortal, Master Gu wishes to personally discuss this matter with you. Could Great Immortal please give Master Gu an opportunity?" Wang Changqing had previous contact with Han Li and knew that this immortal wasn't someone to be deceived. Thus, he directly stated his business for coming. Han Li first glanced at the old man. Then he smiled and said indifferently, "Of course he can. But you should first advise Master Gu to not set his hopes too high." Wang Changqing revealed slight embarrassment, but he gave an honest explanation to the middle-aged man regardless. The middle-aged man's face blanked upon hearing this. But immediately after, the middle-aged man said something that first startled Wang Changqing before causing him to reveal a queer expression. Han Li watched detachedly from the side and remained expressionless. "Great Immortal, our Master Gu says that so long as you lend your assistance, the Gu clan will bestow a large sum of spirit stones to you, regardless of whether this matter results in victory or defeat. If you truly manage to win the rights for the Gu clan to perform trade between the Great Islands, Master Gu is willing to even become your guarantor, allowing a foreign cultivator such as yourself to become an official resident of Stalwart Star Island. Most of all, the Gu clan is willing to respectfully offer 3/10 of the 3-year trading profits to you, even if you do not wish to take up an official position at Stalwart Star Island." Once Wang Changqing said this, his gaze became dim as if he found Master Gu's offer to be incredulous. Han Li was somewhat surprised and stroked his chin. Baffled, he asked, "What? In order to live at Stalwart Star Island, one needs a guarantor? I never heard you say this." Although Han Li's words were mild, Wang Changqing broke out in a cold sweat and hastily explained, "Immortal Master misunderstands. Foreign immortals at Stalwart Star Island can be divided into 2 types. One type is there for a temporary stay. They are unable to hold office and generally live there for a few years, leaving or staying depending on their own preference. The other type have guarantors from the great nearby clans and are able to stay as long as they wish. Not only do they have to pay less spirit stones to stay on the island and have the ability to follow the formalities to obtain a permanent residence, but they also have the qualifications to hold office and have the right to participate in the decennial Great Spirit Land Contest. Depending on one's performance in the contest, they are given land with a corresponding density of spiritual qi." Chapter 368, Farmstead. But as Han Li was counting the number of mortals, he also felt the faint aura of several cultivators. It seemed these cultivators were in charge of maintaining order at the port. As Han Li was thinking this, he and Crooked Soul were brought to a stone room inside the harbor. The room was very simply decorated with only a wooden desk and a chair with a wrinkly old man sitting in it with his eyes shut. Upon hearing Han Li and company enter, this immortal opened his eyes. A cold light suddenly shot out as his eyes opened. Han Li's heart shuddered upon seeing it. This person was unexpectedly a Foundation Establishment cultivator. In addition, his magic power was no less than Han Li when he had been at his peak. This wrinkly yellow-faced old man ignored Master Gu and Wang Changqing and directly swept his gaze toward Han Li and Crooked Soul. After seeing that Han Li was only a qi condensation cultivator, his expression became lazy once more. But after he took note of Han Li, he seemed to have glanced at Crooked Soul several more times. "If you have business, be quick about it. Otherwise, don't interrupt my rest." He spoke dispiritedly and displayed some impatience. By relying on his highly retentive memory, Han Li had acquired a rough understanding of the local language from Wang Changqing. Although he couldn't speak it, he could understand the meaning of others with some difficulty. But since he didn't have any experience interacting with the cultivators of this land, he didn't say a word and only smiled as Master Gu and Wang Changqing spoke with the cultivator. Master Gu respectfully addressed him as Immortal Yang. Then he moved closer to him and whispered something before turning around and pointing at Han Li. It seemed he was explaining his origins. Afterwards, he placed a few spirit stones in his hand. Grasping the spirit stones in his hand, Immortal Yang's expression greatly eased up. He then took out a green jade medallion and stiffly asked Han Li, "Your name?" "Han Li." Han Li was able to say his own name fluently. As for how the other party would write them, he didn't care in the least. Immortal Yang's hand flashed with green light, enveloping the entire jade medallion. After a short moment, the radiance faded away, revealing two strange symbols that Han Li hadn't seen before. The yellow-faced old man then tossed the jade medallion towards Han Li. Properly put away the medallion. If you lose it, you must immediately come back here and receive a replacement. Otherwise, you will face punishment as a trespasser on Stalwart Star Island. Naturally, if you settle down here later, you will no longer require the jade medallion and can return it. As for that refined corpse behind you, it obviously doesn't need one. After saying this with a raspy voice, he no longer paid them any attention and closed his eyes once more. Master Gu tactfully left at once. However, Han Li seemed interested in how he saw the Crooked Soul's true identity with a single glance. After taking a good look at him, Han Li silently left the room. Shortly after Han Li left, that immortal Yang opened his eyes once more. He muttered to himself with slight bewilderment, "That refined corpse is truly odd. It is clearly a dead body, but it still releases spiritual qi. Could it be some sort of new corpse refinement technique?" The old man then sunk into a long period of contemplation. After leaving the port, Master Gu hired a carriage being pulled by strange ox-like goats, quickly bringing them deeper into the island by traveling along a large road. Along the way there were countless similar vehicles going about their own business. But once the carriage passed through several small bustling towns, they saw far fewer carriages. As they traveled along a few small roads, pedestrians and carriages became exceedingly sparse. After hurriedly traveling for half a day, the carriage finally arrived at a farmstead that occupied over 2 acres. The farmstead grew many odd crops that Han Li hadn't seen before. There were crops that resembled grains and rice. However, their leaves were thick, flat and of a violet-red color. There were also crops that resembled cabbage. They released a faint scent, and although it possessed an extremely similar appearance to cabbage, there were no such cabbages that were as tall as half a man in the heavenly south region. There was even some that bloomed small blue flowers. More than 10 farmers could be seen at each vegetable field. They were toiling at the fields in groups of 2 and 3. This provided quite a serene view of the farmstead. As Han Li gazed at the farm with interest, the carriage had arrived at the large entrance of the farmstead's manor and stopped. Han Li brought Crooked Soul out with him and took a look around. The manor was surrounded by green pine trees and neighbored a rather large hill. It appeared somewhat unusual, but could be considered to be quite tasteful with a serene environment. In addition, the manor was surrounded by earth walls 6 meters tall and 1 meter thick. Many houses lied within the walls, appearing to have been built recently. So this is the Gu clan. Han Li silently uttered a word of praise. But as he carefully examined the pines, his expression inadvertently changed because of an astonishing discovery. The trees that surrounded the manor faintly revealed the aura of a formation spell. It was obvious that a restriction had been placed here. Although Han Li didn't view the formation spell to be exceptional by any means, it was still enough to trap a low-level cultivator. While Han Li was feeling somewhat suspicious, Master Gu got off the carriage and spoke with an apologetic smile. "Immortal Han, please take a rest at the manor. I'll call for some subordinates to prepare some of the island's specialty wine for the Immortal Master." Han Li took a random glance at the surroundings of the manor and replied with a smile, "Let it be. I don't wish to disturb Master Gu's home. It'll be fine if I reside there for the time being. After our affairs have been handled, I will search for a more permanent residence." Han Li then pointed in a direction off to the side. Master Gu and Wang Changqing followed the direction Han Li was pointing to and saw that it was a small solitary hill. They couldn't help but be dumbstruck. But after seeing that their many enthusiastic invitations had failed, they could only allow this strange immortal to head towards the small hill. They gave each other a mutual glance of helplessness before walking into the manor. Han Li brought Crooked Soul with him on the small sloped path towards the hilltop. He then took a glance down at the Gu clan manor from above. He saw that Master Gu was heading towards the huge residence at the center of the manor while being escorted by a crowd of women and men. By the time he had arrived there, most of them had dispersed. Only a few beautifully clothed individuals followed him into the manor. Han Li smirked slightly and turned around, busying himself with his own affairs. He first went to find a relatively flat and even piece of land at the back of the hill. Then he quickly uprooted several of the thicker pines and cut them into pieces with magic tools. Afterwards, he had Crooked Soul. An hour later, he had completed a simple small wooden house on the hill. The house had a wooden table, wooden chairs and even a wooden bed. In the following month, Han Li stayed in his house every day, taking medicinal pills and refining qi, striving to restore his cultivation as soon as possible. As for Master Gu and Wang Changqing, they visited several times during this period and discussed matters pertaining to the contest. Afterwards, they hurriedly left, not daring to further disturb Han Li's cultivation. But as Master Gu was a sensible person, he sent delicacies up to Han Li's home every few days for his enjoyment. Han Li gladly accepted them without a trace of politeness. Many kinds of exceptionally sweet fruits were among these offerings, much to Han Li's enjoyment. They were clearly the island's local specialty since he had never seen them before. During the last few days of the month, Han Li had managed to restore his cultivation to the 5th layer of qi condensation. He found this very surprising and felt his heart become more assured. According to Master Gu, none of the cultivators that the 10 clans had requested possessed a high level of cultivation. Apart from a few exceptions, a majority of them only possessed a cultivation at the 6th or 7th layer of qi condensation. As for the lots which would decide the fights, so long as Han Li's luck wasn't exceptionally terrible, he wouldn't have a problem in the contest. In addition, Master Gu had scoured the nearby seas for 3 impressive magic tools to increase Han Li's odds of success. Han Li barely classified these items as high-grade magic tools. He could only roll his eyes inwardly and accept them so that Master Gu would feel at ease. 2 days after Han Li restored the 5th layer of his cultivation, Master Gu and Wang Changqing paid Han Li a visit with nervous expressions. Han Li wordlessly entered their carriage drawn by strange beasts, and they hurriedly traveled to some area located at the center of the island. 4 hours later, they arrived at a city that seemed to be entirely constructed out of white stone. As they entered the city, they saw a large amount of mortals guarding the city entrance. They wouldn't bother anyone leaving the city, but entering the city would require one to show a command medallion, similar to the one Han Li possessed. But when Han Li was about to enter the city, the guards took out a cylindrical object and shook it at Han Li several times. After it shined with a green light, they gave Han Li a respectful salute and moved to only inspect the medallions of Master Gu and Wang Changqing. Chapter 369, Challenge 1, Han Li sized up the soldiers. Although they didn't possess spiritual power fluctuations, they were full of vigor. It seemed they had trained in some shallow martial arts, but what caught his eye the most was the cylinder. There was actually such a wondrous item that could differentiate cultivators from mortals. Han Li couldn't help but take another look at the cylinder. Wang Changqing saw this and gave Han Li an explanation with a smile. That is a spirit plate. It allows us mortals to identify who is an immortal. Spirit plate? Han Li was somewhat surprised to hear this, but he immediately thought of the palm-sized jade plate embedded in the cylinder and faintly nodded, not saying anything further. Han Li then detachedly watched as the carriage traveled on the white stone street towards the center of the city. There were countless pedestrians on the street, coming and going without stop or rest. The deeper they went into the city, the livelier it became. A majority of the people wore white. Those that didn't wear white, wore a dull yellow, faint green and other such mild colors. There was no one wearing any bright colors. In addition, those that didn't wear white were clearly of high status. These well-dressed individuals would often have 3 or 4 shabbily dressed subordinates closely following after them. Because there were far too many people and carriages on the street, their carriage was forced to slow down. After spending a long time traveling with such slow speed, their carriage finally arrived at a huge plaza in the city's center. The plaza took up about 5 acres and was filled with a huge crowd. All Han Li could see was a vast sea of black-haired heads, hurriedly flowing in every direction without end. Shops lined the plaza, each one fully packed with customers. At the very center, the shops seemed to be made up of temporary booths. They were abnormally overcrowded and were accompanied with fervent chatter. It appeared to be bustling with unusual amounts of activity. Han Li estimated that with the density of the crowd, there were at least several tens of thousands of people in the plaza. It was naturally impossible to further advance in the carriage through such a large crowd. Master Gu took the lead and descended from the carriage, bringing Han Li and company towards the palace-style building at the side of the plaza. The palace was over 30 meters tall, far taller than the other buildings around it. The huge gate of the palace was guarded by a line of soldiers with sparkling long spears in their grasp, preventing anybody from casually approaching. This is the Stalwart Star Island's first market day of the 3rd month. That is why there are several times more people here at East Stone City. Basically, the residences from many cities and towns on the eastern part of the island all come here to trade for rarities that would normally be hard to obtain. As Master Gu was leading the way toward the palace, He turned his head and gave Han Li an explanation with a faint smile. Master Gu stepped forward and spoke with the gate guards. A guard then waved his hand, signifying that they could pass. Master Gu hastily called out to Han Li and Wang Changqing before heading in. Once they passed through the gate, it became much more shaded and quiet. In the corridor past the gate, there were several tens of individuals of seemingly high status having whispered conversations in groups of 3. When they saw Master Gu arrive, they seemed to look at him with hostility. But at this moment, the purple gate at the other end of the corridor opened, revealing a white-clothed youth of about 20 years old. His appearance was delicate and refined, much like that of a frail scholar. The youth gave Han Li a friendly glance before speaking courteously to Master Gu. "Are you Mr. Gu? The others have already arrived. Cultivators that are participating in the challenge must go further in. As for you, Mr. Gu, please wait outside." From a single glance, Han Li was undoubtedly sure that the youth's cultivation was about the same as his current cultivation, the 5th layer of qi condensation. Master Gu could only give Han Li an expectant look before stepping off to the side. Han Li followed the youth through the gate. Afterwards, the gate immediately shut. "My surname is Wen, but fellow Taoists can call me Wen Chang. You seem quite unfamiliar. Could it be that you're new to our stalwart Star Island?" "I am Han Li. I've just arrived here last month." Having a month of practice, Han Li was able to speak the local language without problem. "Hee, how admirable. Daring to journey from your homeland with your current cultivation, Taoist friends' courage and insight must be outstanding. I wouldn't have been able to do it. I've never taken a single step off this island since birth." The youth spoke with admiration. Han Li faintly smiled but didn't say anything in response. Han Li followed the youth, eventually arriving at a round hall. There were over 30 cultivators there, sitting and standing, each wearing various expressions. A shriveled old man sitting across from the crowd of cultivators spoke quickly. "It seems that everyone has gathered. Let's start drawing lots. Each fight will be decided in 1 round. Killing is forbidden and will result in disqualification." He was the only Foundation establishment cultivator among a room of qi condensation cultivators. It seemed he was the cultivator in charge. Once the youth surnamed Wen entered the hall, he hurriedly went to stand beside the old man and await his orders. The old man didn't pay the youth any attention. Instead, he took out an azure jade cylinder with over 20 bamboo sticks. "To participate in the challenge, draw a lot. Once the number of challengers matches the number of the representatives of the incumbent merchants, the remaining challengers will be qualified to challenge them." The majority of the crowd stared at the jade cylinder as it was enveloped in a layer of azure light, concealing the sticks within. Naturally, the light repelled spiritual sense, and upon doing so, the owners of the spiritual sense seemed to have suffered and couldn't help but sway. Those that didn't use their spiritual sense to probe the cylinder revealed schadenfreude. These cultivators naturally wished for Han Li and the other challengers to suffer a disadvantage. As for Han Li, who possessed powerful spiritual sense, he would have no problem forcefully breaking through the azure light. However, this would be far too eye-catching. As such, Han Li could only helplessly look at the others in dismay and take his turn drawing lots. When Han Li went up to draw his lot, he was unexpectedly able to see through the azure light, but all he saw was strange silver characters. He wrinkled his brow in response. He had completely forgotten that he still couldn't read the local writing. But still, Han Li expressionlessly drew a lot as if nothing had happened. "Number 1. The old man coldly shouted. The 2 cultivators that drew that lot immediately walked forward. The old man bluntly said, "You 2 will compete on the stage over there. There is a formation set up, so there is no need to fear destruction from magic techniques. It will be your victory if you are able to take away their lot. So long as you don't kill your opponent, I don't care what methods or tricks you use." "Yes, senior." The 2 participants bowed to the old man before walking towards the elevated platform at the back of the hall. The platform then flashed with white light and the 2 disappeared without a trace. Shortly after, the 2 reappeared on the platform, revealing slight fatigue. One of them animatedly gave the old man 2 bamboo sticks. The other dejectedly walked out from the hall. "Number 2. The old man coldly shouted. Because the battles of qi condensation cultivators were simple, victory was decided extremely quickly. Battles ended almost as soon as they began. But Han Li was baffled to see that regardless of whether they won or lost, they were exceptionally happy. Number 7. A cultivator walked out as soon as the old man yelled, but his opponent hadn't revealed himself. Number 7. The old man yelled again with a gloomy expression. Han Li suddenly walked out and hastily apologized. "Senior, I apologize. I had misread my number. I thought it said 9. The old man didn't pay any mind to what Han Li said and impatiently waved his hand. Han Li then tactfully went up to the platform with his opponent. After a flash of white light, Han Li and his opponent appeared in a world of white mist. The area spanned about 100 meters and was covered by the white mist in every direction. The middle-aged cultivator spoke to Han Li with confidence. Your cultivation is lower than mine by 2 whole layers. There is no need to fight. Fellow Taoist should forfeit. Else, I might accidentally give you a heavy injury. Seeing that this expert was only a 7th-layer qi condensation cultivator and hadn't released a protective barrier like he had, Han Li faintly smiled. Chapter 371. Immortal Records Pavilion. Fellow Taoist Han, the 10 cultivators to be challenged were hired at great expense by the great clans from the island's protector squad. Although their cultivation isn't high, their experience and techniques are superior to that of common cultivators, as they have fought demonic beasts at sea and sparred with the cultivators from other islands. Not to mention opponents at the same layer, it wouldn't be odd for them to defeat common cultivators with a cultivation of 3 layers above them. When Chang clicked his tongue with an expression of praise, Han Li smiled and spoke modestly. It was nothing. I was merely lucky. Han Li had quite a bit of experience with regards to battle. The youth looked in the direction of the Azure Mountain before turning his head around and asking with a smile, "Ah, yes. Fellow Taoist Han came here to handle some formalities at the Immortal Records Pavilion?" As this wasn't a matter worth concealing, Han Li calmly answered, "Fellow Taoist, when guessed correctly. I wish to handle the formalities for settling down on this island and choose a cultivator's residence." Having heard Han Li's destination, Wen Chang immediately offered a suggestion. Hee. I've been to the Immortal Ascension Pavilion several times already. How about I bring fellow Taoist Han there along the way? It would be hard to look for it alone, considering the size of the Azure Cloud Mountains. Han Li was slightly surprised to see him act so enthusiastically, but he still expressed his thanks and agreed. As such, the two flew side by side towards the large mountain. While the youth was leading the way, he gave Han Li a garrulous explanation of the mountain range. On our island's Azure Cloud Mountains, in addition to the 3 great peaks, the Heavenly Pillar, the Heavenly Knight, and the Heavenly Gate, there are also 367 smaller mountain peaks. The amount of caves among these mountains are countless, and it is said that many of them are capable of being a cultivation area. Naturally, although the majority of the Azure Cloud Mountains have large spirit veins, the density of spiritual qi varies. It is generally said that the taller the mountain's peak, the denser the spiritual qi. As for the 36 mountain peaks with the densest spiritual qi, they are the prizes of the island's decennial Great Spirit Land Contest. Those who feel that their cultivation is greater than the lords of these 36 mountain peaks may challenge them at will. The victor shall become the master of the peak. The differences between the peaks aren't very significant. It is said that as long as a cultivator managed to enter Foundation establishment, they would be able to acquire one of these mountain peaks as a cultivation area. As for qi condensation cultivators, they can only obediently find a valley or cave to use as a cultivation area. Foundation establishment cultivators are able to claim an entire mountain peak for themselves? Han Li was greatly surprised. The youth said with a self-mocking tone, "That's right. However, the Foundation establishment cultivators of the island have already occupied most of them. Us qi condensation cultivators shouldn't think of such hopeful matters." Oh. Thoughts churned through Han Li's mind, causing him to grow somewhat excited. Han Li suddenly thought of something and casually asked, Then the 3 tallest mountains should have the greatest spiritual qi, yes? Of course. The tallest peak, the Heavenly Pillar, is the cultivation area of our island's master, Master Mu Long. It is forbidden from entry. It is said that our island's lord is at mid-core formation stage, and his divine abilities are devastating. As for the Heavenly Gate and the Heavenly Knight mountain peaks, they are respectively occupied by Master Yuan Jun and Master Qin Qin. Although the spiritual qi is somewhat lacking in comparison to the Heavenly Pillar, it is still several times denser than in other areas. Wen Chang stated with a somewhat envious expression. Han Li slowly asked with raised eyebrows, "Fellow Taoist Wen, are those 2 core formation seniors as well?" Wen Chang nodded with a pleased expression. Not only are they early core formation cultivators, they are also Tao companions. Han Li unconsciously frowned. Stalwart Star Island unexpectedly had 3 core formation cultivators. This was truly beyond his expectations. While Han Li was lost in thought, he arrived at the center of the Azure Cloud Mountains with Wen Chang. They occasionally ran into other cultivators on the way there, but after giving the two of them an indifferent glance, they all flew away, minding their own business. A few minutes later, Han Li and Wen Chang finally arrived at a relatively tall mountain peak. The peak had a small two-story pavilion of unknown age. Not only was its exterior thoroughly worn out and of an outdated design, it also hung a sign on its gate that was missing a corner. The words, "Immortal Records Pavilion," were crookedly written on the sign. Han Li blankly stared. Although he saw the sign, Han Li could not bring himself to believe it. He couldn't help but turn towards Wen Chang and ask, "This is, although I don't want to admit it, this really is the Immortal Records Pavilion?" The youth spread out his arms with an appearance of helplessness. The youth waved his hand and gave Han Li a warning just before he took his leave. "All right, I'm going to leave now. However, fellow Taoist Han should take note that the senior in charge of the Immortal Records Pavilion has a strange temperament." Han Li indifferently gazed at the youth as he disappeared. After mindlessly shaking his head, he landed in front of the pavilion and walked in with a calm face. Just as he approached the gate, he heard a somewhat gloomy voice, "Come in. The gate isn't locked." Han Li was shocked by the sudden announcement, but he couldn't help but walk toward the pavilion hesitantly. After entering the pavilion, Han Li was left stupefied. The interior sharply contrasted with the outer appearance of the pavilion. It was magnificently decorated. The floor was covered in sparkling fire-red silk, and the walls were made of gold and jade while countless amounts of sparkling gems glittered on the ceiling. Corners of the building were decorated with many species of gorgeous plants that Han Li had never seen before. There was also an odd stone bed across from him, sparkling with a strange blue light. Although he didn't recognize what it was made out of, they were certain to be some sort of precious materials. A haggard, middle-aged man was currently reclining on it. His clothes were made of dazzling, fire-red demon fur. He was embracing a huge, white pearl as he indifferently glanced at Han Li. Han Li suppressed his amazement and bowed. He then asked with a respectful tone, "Hello, Senior. This one wishes to handle the formalities for taking up residence. May I ask if Senior is in charge of this matter?" The middle-aged man lightly sighed before spiritedly asking, "Taking up residence? Do you have a guarantor?" "I do." Han Li immediately took out the document that the Gu clan member had given him and stepped forward to give it to the man. Han Li didn't dare to belittle him as his spiritual power fluctuations clearly revealed his status as a powerful late Foundation establishment cultivator. The middle-aged man took the signed document from Han Li and swept through it. His eyes then flashed with bright light, sizing Han Li up. Caressing the pearl in his embrace, the middle-aged man indifferently asked, "I have heard that there was a new cultivator on the island that was able to defeat a member of the Protector Squad while at the 5th layer of Qi condensation. Could that have been you?" Han Li was somewhat surprised, but he hastily replied with a modest tone, "Junior only won through a fluke. It wasn't really like that." "Humph. A fluke?" The middle-aged man snorted with a cold smile. Han Li inwardly frowned and felt puzzled. The battle only took place several days ago. How does this person know about it? The middle-aged man tightened the demon furs on his body as if he saw the confusion in Han Li's mind and calmly said, "That person you defeated from the Protector Squad is my unbecoming disciple. Having lost to someone with a lower cultivation than himself, I've sentenced him to secluded study as punishment." Han Li bitterly smiled after being stunned for a moment as this was far too coincidental. Han Li became somewhat worried. Could it be that he intended to teach Han Li a lesson on behalf of his disciple? The middle-aged man squinted at Han Li and spoke with an icy tone, "Don't worry. This is a matter between you juniors and I won't take advantage of you as your senior. I hope that you will fight my unbecoming disciple one more time. After that, I won't pursue the matter any further regardless of the outcome." Han Li felt his heart relax. Since it is senior's request, junior naturally will not refuse. The middle-aged man was surprised to see Han Li so willingly consent, but soon after, he revealed a satisfied expression. The middle-aged man's hand flashed with white light and the pearl disappeared. He then stood up and slowly said, "Next, I will be handling the matters of your residency." The formalities for residency were actually quite simple. The middle-aged man merely took out a golden book and wrote Han Li's name in it. Han Li also exchanged the green jade medallion he had received from the harbor for a blue jade pendant. The jade pendant twinkled with blue light and was a low-grade magic tool. According to the middle-aged man, the pendant possessed minor waterproofing effects. The effect was quite practical. Next, the middle-aged man tossed a silver booklet towards Han Li. "All of the places shining with golden light have already been taken. The white ones are unoccupied. Choose one to be your cultivation area. Cough, cough. After quickly speaking just a few words, he started to cough without end. The middle-aged man seemed to be afflicted with a truly serious illness. This would compress one's true essence and allow one to draw as close as possible to solidification, weakening the bottleneck to the core formation stage. According to the speculations of the expert who created this cultivation art, after 3 cycles of recultivation, one should have a 50% possibility of forming a golden core. Although Hanli had unexpectedly scattered his cultivation during mid-foundation establishment instead of scattering his cultivation when he reached late foundation establishment, he didn't care in the least. To Hanli, the difference between scattering one's cultivation during mid-foundation establishment instead of late foundation establishment was only a small degree of true essence condensation. With the main idea of true essence compression and solidification still at the center, there shouldn't be any big problems if he were to scatter his cultivation 2 more times from late foundation establishment. After several months of single-minded study of the 3 essence revolutions cultivation art, he came to a full understanding of the cultivation art and entered his hidden room with a large amount of medicinal pills. He had come to a resolute decision that he wouldn't leave his immortal's cave until he finished the first revolutions of his cultivation art and reached the 6th layer of the Azure Essence Sword art. As for Crooked Soul, who was now completely fused with Han Li's spiritual sense, Han Li had tirelessly prepared pre-foundation establishment medicines pills for him. As Crooked Soul had spiritual roots with 3 elements, he had greater aptitude than Han Li, who had false spiritual roots with 4 elements. As a result, Crooked Soul's cultivation speed was insanely fast with the assistance of medicine pills, no slower than Han Li's recultivation speed. According to Han Li estimates, it would only take 2 years for him to reach foundation establishment. In addition, Han Li picked out the devilish art, Divine Blood Light, from the jade slip that emitted gray light for Crooked Soul to cultivate after he reached foundation establishment. After all, Han Li had personally seen the might of this devilish art from the Emperor of Yu himself. As for the fact that this art didn't have any continuation for core formation cultivators, Han Li didn't mind much. This was because after Crooked Soul formed a fiend core, Crooked Soul would forever be at early core formation. There would be no difference whether or not there was a continuation of the magic art. Han Li's cultivation session went on for a truly long time. This chapter is meant to be viewed on wuxiaworld.com. It was the same as the common saying, cultivation is timeless. In the mere blink of an eye, over 20 years had passed. During this large expanse of time, Han Li didn't take a single step outside of his immortal's cave, nor did he show himself to the island's inhabitants. Ever since Han Li arrived at Minor Expanse Island, several hundred of its inhabitants would say that he nearly hadn't affected them at all. If they wanted to fish, they fished. If they wanted to farm, then they farmed. Naturally, the inhabitants weren't too comfortable to discover that their 2 mountains were now constantly shrouded in a thick white fog. But after such a long period of time, the villagers became accustomed to the scene and no longer took notice of it. However, the village elder would repeatedly warn the village's mischievous children not to approach the mountain's nearby fog under any circumstances. This was because once someone entered, they would disappear without a trace and couldn't come out. Only after suffering several days of entrapment and shouting out, "Immortal Master Han," several times would they discover a path out. As this matter had occurred several times, the villagers came to understand that Immortal Han disliked having others bother him. Chapter 378, Going Out to Sea 1. After a long while, Han Li finally awoke from his contemplations with a plan in mind. Nothing appearing out of the ordinary, he proceeded to visit the shops selling ancient records of cultivation techniques. This trip didn't result in any surprises. He was quite familiar with the cultivation arts and 5-element techniques being sold, as they weren't much different from those in the Heavenly South region. Though it should be said that the water attribute magic techniques were more plentiful. There were even a few new techniques that he hadn't heard of before. Han Li bought these new magic techniques along with a book he accidentally found, Pildao Evaluations. The reason he bought this book was because it contained an expert's description and commentary of the Dust Fall pill. Han Li intended to carefully study it before coming to a decision about the 6 United Palaces request. With no interest in buying anything else, Han Li and Crooked Soul left the Sky Capital Market along with the city. Not long after they left Stalwart Star City, Han Li and Crooked Soul took to the skies and flew toward the Gu clan estate. About half a day later, Han Li gazed at the somewhat familiar scene of the Gu clan estate's earthen walls. But instead of immediately descending towards the Gu clan estate, he decided to first land at the small hilltop to the side of the estate and take a look at the small wooden house he had constructed. The small wooden house still stood in its original location. However, it was clear that it had greatly aged and some areas had blackened from rot. When Han Li saw this, he lightly sighed before opening the door and entering the house. Han Li was surprised. The room wasn't covered in a layer of dust, nor was there the rotting scent he had expected. Instead, the room was swept clean. The table, chair, and bed didn't have a single speck of dust. There was even a pot of blue flowers on the wooden table. Han Li was at a loss for a moment, but he couldn't stop himself from breaking out into laughter. It seems the Gu clan had put quite some thought into this. Han Li stroked his nose as he muttered to himself. Afterwards, Han Li left the wooden house without any feelings of attachment and left Crooked Soul on the hilltop, slowly walking towards the Gu clan estate by himself. Han Li had no intention of hurriedly flying towards the Gu clan. Although the Gu clan spell formation posed no problem to him, the Gu clan master could be considered an old friend. Naturally, it'd be better to be polite. But when Han Li walked in front of the Gu clan's gate, two imposingly strong gate guards had noticed him. One of them suspiciously asked, "Who are you? What brings you to our Gu clan?" Han Li smiled and spoke in a soft voice, "Tell your clan's master that an old friend surnamed Han has come. Our clan's lord doesn't see outsiders." "Wait, Han? Could it be that you are immortal Master Han?" The large man had initially rejected him, but after sizing up Han Li, he suddenly revealed doubt. "You know of me?" Han Li made a slight frown. "So it really is immortal Han. Please wait for a moment, immortal master. I will send a report to the manor lord." The large man spoke no further and ran towards the manor. Han Li expressionlessly looked towards the manor and spoke no further. Not long after, a large group of people left the manor. The old man that was leading them smiled widely upon seeing Han Li and loudly shouted, "Immortal Han, you've finally returned. I've waited for quite a few years." Afterwards, the old man hastily walked forward to salute Han Li. The others followed suit, each respectfully saluting Han Li. Han Li attentively gazed at the old man's familiar face. This was definitely the Gu clan master, but his hair was now white and his face was decrepit. "Mr. Gu, I trust that you've been well?" Han Li asked with a relaxed expression. Under Master Gu's respectful welcome, Han Li entered a huge residence at the center of the Gu estate. After entering a room, Master Gu took the initiative to hand over a large sack of spirit stones to Han Li without waiting for him to say anything. In addition, he gave Han Li a cordial introduction to a few of the young children of the Gu clan. He particularly made an effort to introduce his eldest son, a 30-year-old youth named Gu Kai. How could Han Li not see what the Gu clan master intended? The Gu clan master knew that the end of his life was drawing near, and he wished for Han Li to continue providing some assistance to his clan after his passing. Han Li faintly smiled and said some casual promises for the sake of their past friendship. The Gu clan master felt great joy and immediately called for a feast on behalf of Han Li. However, Han Li tactfully declined. Following, Han Li had a chat with the Gu clan master before swiftly departing from the Gu clan estate. After leaving, Han Li fetched Crooked Soul from the hilltop and flew towards a small nearby village. Han Li quickly found an inn and spent the night studying the Pill Dao evaluations without any sleep. On the next day, Han Li had a general understanding about the medicine pills of the scattered star seas. As for the Dustfall pill, he had examined its description several times. In accordance to the book, the Dustfall pill not only required the cores of several uncommon demon beasts, but it also required a large amount of rarely seen spiritual herbs to refine. It was an undoubtedly precious item. The pill really does have the wondrous effect of increasing the odds of core formation. Although the increased odds couldn't be considered to be much and it can only be taken during the formation of one's core, it is seen as a treasure to cultivators on the verge of core formation. To cultivators wishing to form their core, any items capable of raising their odds of success by even a single % were greatly coveted but extremely rare. Nevertheless, Han Li understood that since the 6 palaces were offering this rare medicine pill as payment, the task wouldn't be nearly as easy as maintaining a formation. There would certainly be a large amount of danger if he went, and only the heavens would know what troubles he would encounter. However, Han Li truly thirsted for this Dustfall pill. After all, both he and Crooked Soul were soon facing core formation. Leaving his own poor odds aside, Crooked Soul's fiend core was said to have a 1/3 chance of core formation. As the probability of failure was so high, he was unable to feel at ease. He needed to acquire the dustfall pill. After sinking into bitter contemplation for a long while, he eventually came to the decision to face the unknown danger. After all, both he and Crooked Soul were late Foundation establishment cultivators. If any danger arose, he should be able to protect himself without problem. Chapter 379, Going Out to Sea 2. A middle-aged woman that appeared to be about 40 years old stood up and spoke with a beaming smile. "Welcome, fellow Taoist Crooked Soul. I am the Six United Palaces Feng Sanyang. I will be in charge of controlling the formation that everyone will be maintaining." Although this woman couldn't be said to be gorgeous, she still had hints of beauty. "My greetings, fellow Taoist Feng." Crooked Soul spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly and brought Han Li towards the table. The many unfamiliar cultivators in the hall had already entered Han Li's view. A middle-aged Confucian scholar with an ordinary appearance, a charming young woman that appeared about 20 years old, an old man with ash-colored eyes, a youth covered in glowing red light. With the addition of Feng Sanyang, there were exactly 5 people. The charming young woman was an early Foundation establishment cultivator, however, and sat closely together with the Confucian scholar. From their intimate appearance, it seemed they were Dao companions. As Han Li was pondering, Feng Sanyang started talking with a charming smile. "Fellow Taoist Crooked has arrived just in time. I was just talking about the transformations of the 6 flowing ripples formation. If we become more familiar with the formation in advance, the matter will definitely proceed much more smoothly when the time comes. But before then, I must introduce fellow Taoist Crooked Soul to you all." Feng Sanyang was clearly very adept at dealing with others, and with only few words she reduced the distance between everyone in the hall. These 2 were sent by Tailstar Island's island master, Senior Zhan Tai. This is his brilliant disciple, fellow Taoist Mao, and his Dao companion, fellow Taoist Xue. Feng Sanyang first introduced the middle-aged Confucian scholar and the young woman to Han Li. After coldly glancing at Han Li, the middle-aged Confucian scholar arrogantly said, "Crooked Soul, a cultivator from Stalwart Star Island? I know of many people, but why is it that I've never heard of your esteemed self?" For some unknown reason, this middle-aged Confucian scholar found Crooked Soul displeasing to the eye and shot an insulting statement at him. Feng Sanyang's beaming expression involuntarily dropped for a moment before recovering. "I wasn't originally a Stalwart Star Island cultivator. It was only recently that I arrived the island to visit my martial nephew Han Li, so there is nothing odd in not knowing my name. Moreover, this is the first time I've ever heard your name as well." Crooked Soul calmly mocked in return. "You?" The middle-aged Confucian scholar appeared furious. Just as his face darkened and he was about to say something, Feng Sanyang quickly interrupted and changed the subject. "I'll now introduce this elder, Gold Turtle Island's hidden cultivator, fellow Taoist Qing Swansea. Although few know of him, there are few Foundation establishment cultivators that can match his wood element magic techniques. As for fellow Taoist Yen, he is even more impressive. With his hidden fire constitution, he managed to cultivate his pure Yang true fire to perfection by himself. Fellow Taoist Qing. Fellow Taoist Yen." Han Li nodded his head towards the old man and the youth. Although the 2 were also late Foundation establishment, Han Li felt a far deeper pressure from them than the middle-aged Confucian scholar. As their cultivation was by no means shallow, Han Li was unwilling to casually slight them. "Hello, fellow Taoist Crooked Soul. I send you my regards." The 2 weren't high-handed and gave Crooked Soul a faint smile. This caused the middle-aged Confucian scholar to feel even more uneasy. As such, without waiting for Feng Sanyang to speak further, he suddenly stood and said with a wooden expression, "I am going to return to my room and meditate. I'll leave the matter of the formation spell for later." Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left the hall. The young woman glanced apologetically at the others before following after him. "Humph! What right does he have to be arrogant, the fact that he has an island lord for a master?" The youth surnamed Yen, whose body shined with red light, spoke with slight anger. The old man's and Feng Sanyang's expressions slightly shifted. While the old man's face became expressionless immediately after, Feng Sanyang called for Crooked Soul to sit down with a wide smile, as if wanting to brush away the matter with the Confucian scholar. "Don't we need 6 people? Fellow Taoist Xue doesn't appear to have the cultivation required to maintain the formation." Crooked Soul calmly asked, sitting down without any further decorum. Feng Sanyang smiled before giving an explanation. "There is still Shift Cry Island's fellow Taoist Do. However, he is currently cultivating a ferocious technique and hasn't left his room in the past few days." Oh, so it was like that. Crooked Soul nodded his head and didn't say anything further. But as Feng Sanyang was quite curious about Crooked Soul, she would occasionally ask him a few irrelevant questions. Han Li, who stood behind Crooked Soul, found this somewhat surprising as he didn't know what the woman intended. When she asked whether or not Crooked Soul comprehended the 6 flowing ripples magic formation, Han Li willed Crooked Soul to reply that he did not. The woman smiled, stating that neither did the others. Then, she began to give the 3 present cultivators an explanation of its wondrous intricacies. It was truly surprising. Feng Sanyang was a rarely seen formation spell expert. Although the middle-aged Confucian scholar had a problem with the others, he eventually returned to the main hall the next day to hear about the important aspects for maintaining the formation. After all, the 6 United Palaces had invited him to come, and it would be unbecoming for him to shirk his responsibilities. 3 days later, the remaining cultivator ended his seclusion in his room, allowing Han Li to finally see him. He was a bulky 7-foot-tall man with a fierce-looking face. Although his appearance seemed violent, he was an outspoken and frank person that quickly formed a close relationship with the others. With their final member present, Han Li and company finished listening to Feng Sanyang's explanation on the profound intricacies of the spell formation. Afterwards, their ship would often stop, and they would fly around the nearby seas, continuously practicing the shifting forms of the 6 flowing ripples formation. This way they would succeed on their first attempt to capture the demon beast when the time came. Everyone was satisfied with this arrangement. As such, the ship naturally slowed down, but the 6 United Palaces didn't seem impatient at all. Even with the constant stops, Feng Sanyang maintained her beaming smile and didn't show the slightest impatience. When the formation spell transformations were finally practiced to perfection, Feng Sanyang no longer delayed their journey and had the ship continue on at full speed. 1 month later, the ship arrived at a nameless, desolate island. Led by Feng Sanyang, Han Li and company descended from the ship. Just as they stepped onto the small island, a blinding golden light flew down from the sky, and several people were suddenly hovering above them. Once the light faded away, an old man whose face had a dim, golden sheen expressionlessly glanced at them. This person lacked any noticeable magic power fluctuations despite obviously not being immortal. It seemed he was able to restrain his unfathomably deep magic power with ease. The appearance of such an expert caused Han Li's heart to tremble. Feng Sanyang stepped forward without hesitation and deeply bowed to the old man and spoke with an expression of respect. Subordinate Feng Sanyang pays her respects to Elder Miao. At that moment, Han Li and the others standing behind her paid their respects as well. They obviously couldn't afford to slight a core formation cultivator. With a calm expression, the old man slowly said, "There is no need to be so polite. Feng Sanyang, you did quite well. You've managed to bring these assistants very quickly. Are they familiar with the formation spell drills? The demonic beast we're dealing with is quite troublesome and we cannot be careless. Elder, be at ease. Everyone has already fully mastered the many variations of the 6 flowing ripples formation. We will definitely be able to trap the beast." Feng Sanyang's voice brimmed with confidence. Elder Miao swept his gaze over the Foundation establishment cultivators. He then said in a friendly manner, "Good. Fellow Taoists, our 6 United Palaces require your assistance. So long as you properly exert yourself, we will treat you fairly without a doubt." Without waiting for the others to speak, the middle-aged Confucian scholar rushed to speak with an ingratiating smile. "Be at ease, senior. We will definitely try our best." Although the others revealed odd expressions upon seeing the Confucian scholar's flattery, they could only express their mutual agreement. Satisfied with their responses, Elder Miao nodded his head and said, "We've already placed down the formation several days ago. You will only have to maintain it. As for Elder Gu, he is in the nearby seas chasing after the demon beast, and I will be joining him after this. I reckon by tomorrow morning, we will be able to draw the beast into the formation and you all will be able to display your skill. You should rest on the island until then." Elder Miao then turned into a streak of gold light and flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Feng Sanyang turned her head over, speaking with a solemn voice, "Fellow Taoists, you've heard Elder Miao. Let's rest for the day and properly prepare ourselves for the hard battle coming tomorrow." The others naturally didn't contest this and nodded their heads. But at this moment, Qing Xuanzi, who seldom spoke on the journey, suddenly said with a stiff voice, "Fellow Taoist Feng, we've all asked what kind of demon beast we would be dealing with along the way. In the end, you never clearly answered us. But now that we will act tomorrow, will you finally give us a clear answer?" The old man's question stirred the hearts of the others. bringing all of their questioning gazes upon Feng Sanyang. This demon beast was apparently terrible and rarely seen, even requiring great efforts and long planning from the 6 united palaces. This definitely wasn't some ordinary grade 6 demon beast. Under Han Li's meticulous commands, Crooked Soul quickly entered a state of strength honing. As for Han Li, he slowly closed his eyes, wishing to meditate. But after the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li opened his eyes with a frown. He then looked at the surging waves while lost in thought. For some unknown reason, he felt somewhat ill at ease, as if something incredible was about to occur. After pondering in restless apprehension for a long while, he helplessly smiled as he was unable to single out the cause. He was still quite nervous. Although a spirited rest was normally easy to come by, he would be assisting 2 core formation cultivators with the 6 flowing ripples formation tomorrow. Although the demon beast seemed quite unordinary, a demon beast was still a demon beast. Facing against cultivators of superior strength, how could it possibly prevail? They shouldn't have any problem taking it down. After calming himself down with a few comforting words, Han Li attempted to forcefully enter meditation. But after a while, his heart still felt heavy, and he was unable to get into the mood. Han Li sighed and stood up. It seemed that unless he did something, he wouldn't feel at ease. Han Li helplessly looked around and released his spiritual sense. Fortunately, there was nobody around. Han Li quickly patted his storage pouch and took out over a dozen sparkling formation flags and 6 formation plates, the formation setup tool set for the Jadewater Azure Armor formation. Although this formation couldn't be compared to the 5 elements reversal formation or the 6 flowing ripples formation, it was still far stronger than common magic formations. In addition, it was extremely simple to set up due to its tools. Han Li called out to Crooked Soul without the slightest hesitation and had him use the reef as the formation center, setting up the rest of the formation flags and discs within 100 meters of it. As he watched Crooked Soul placing down the flags and burying the formation discs, Han Li felt his anxiety gradually dissipate. He couldn't help but make a slanted smile and self-mockingly say, "It seems I am still quite fearful of death." The next day before the sunrise, Feng Sanyang and the others gathered together, flying over 5 kilometers to sea. At this same moment, in the waters 500 kilometers away, a streak of gold light and a streak of yellow light were quickly flying in the direction of the nameless small island. A kilometer behind them, there was a large white mist spanning about 400 meters chasing after them at the same speed while faintly releasing an infant's cry. Anybody who heard the miserable wail would feel their blood run cold. "Elder Miao, should I send a flying sword over to them and see if they're prepared?" A deep voice suddenly came from the rushing yellow light. "Sure." Elder Miao agreed without hesitation. His body blurred and reappeared at the center of the yellow light. At the same time, the golden light enveloping him turned into a golden rainbow and disappeared in an instant. The huge white mist chasing after them appeared upset by this, and the infant's weeping became even more intense. The sound gradually changed to that of thunder and became increasingly deafening. "Not good. The beast is going to use divine water star thunder. Elder Brother Gu, please hurry." Elder Miao, now enveloped by the yellow light, shouted out as if he were greatly fearful of the sounds of thunder from behind them. "Be at ease. My immemorial bowl isn't slow in the slightest." Just as the deep voice said this, the yellow light sped up and greatly increased the distance between them and the white mist in an instant. However, the white mist seemed unwilling to give up. With sounds of wailing and thunder, it also sped up, cutting through the seawater and spreading huge white waves across the ocean as far as the eye could see. Crooked Soul and company had already taken their positions at the formation's front, each holding a large blue flag in their hand. The banner was about 6 meters long and emitted threads of dazzling blue radiance. The 6 late Foundation establishment cultivators wore solemn expressions and were separated by over 400 meters as they floated above the sea on magic tools, forming a hollow semicircle. Han Li stood behind Crooked Soul with a detached gaze. As for the middle-aged Confucian scholar's Tao companion, she stood at his side with a concerned expression. A short moment later, a streak of golden light suddenly cleaved through the sky and arrived in Feng Sanyang's hand, drawing the attention of the others. "Everyone on guard. The infant carp beast is about to come. Once the beast enters the formation, immediately block off the entrance of the formation." Feng Sanyang received the message and loudly shouted to the others with a solemn expression. Afterwards, the golden light flew away and disappeared off into the sky. Han Li's heart tensed, and he attentively stared in the direction that the golden light flew off into. The others also wore taut expressions as if they were anticipating the storm that was about to come. After an unknown amount of time passed, they heard faint rolls of thunder in the distance that soon grew increasingly louder. They eventually spotted a streak of yellow and a streak of golden light flying towards them at the speed of lightning. A huge white mist followed behind them as if it were closely pursuing them. That's the infant carp beast? Although Han Li could clearly see a huge white mist behind the streaks, he couldn't imagine the sinister appearance of the demon beast concealed within. Chapter 381. Rare Treasures Conquer the Demon, Initiate the Spell Formation. Feng Sanyang loudly yelled as she waved the blue banner in her hands, causing blue circular ripples to suddenly flow from the banner. The others followed suit, silently waving their formation flags. In an instant, a blue brilliance enveloped all of them. After several flashes of light, they all disappeared without a trace. From a distance, only an empty sea could be seen where they once were. A moment later, 2 streaks of light flew past this area without any intention of slowing down, as if they were truly fleeing for their lives. The white mist behind them closely followed after them without a single shred of doubt. As soon as the white mist flew into range of the magic formation, it was surrounded by a drizzle of blue radiance, and a huge barrier of blue light appeared out of nowhere, trapping it within. At this moment, Feng Sanyang and the others all appeared around the barrier. They all had their flags lifted high and pointed at the light barrier, shooting out blue light beams with the thickness of a bowl. As the huge light barrier absorbed the beams, its shine became increasingly brighter and its color became deeper. After this occurred, the yellow and golden streaks of light immediately flew to above the light barrier. The light then faded away to reveal Elder Miao and burly man with long messy hair. Good, well done. Next, you must withstand the beast's counterattack and allow us to use this opportunity to take it out with our rare treasures. Elder Miao shouted out with a joyful expression. After a mutual glance with Elder Gu, the two each reached for their chest and took out a pair of ancient, worn copper-long spears. Other than their dull, shineless tips, there was nothing else of note. The 2 core formation elders of the 6 united palaces grew solemn and started muttering to themselves. The long spears then floated away from their grasps and released a yellow glow that gradually grew brighter. At that moment, the infant carp beast seemed to realize it was trapped. After a series of mournful infant cries, the huge 300-meter-wide white mist suddenly shrank back towards its center. In the blink of an eye, it shrank to about 40 meters, forming a milky white barrier of mist. At the same time, thunderous wails came from the mist and momentously turned into a single cry, deafening the cultivators surrounding the formation and causing them to feel alarmed. After the infant's wails suddenly stopped, countless fist-sized spheres of blue light shot out from the mist, launching an overbearing assault against the blue light barrier. The fierce momentum of the attack caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. When the light spheres were 30 meters away from the barrier, they released shining azure clouds. A fraction of the light spheres flashed within their clouds and faded away, only to appear again above the white mist. Afterwards, it struck down. A portion of these attacks had actually returned, dodging away from the formation spell. However, the light spheres were truly great in number, and a majority of them managed to strike the blue barrier. Suddenly, both the blue light barrier and the white mist violently erupted with white radiance, but the white mist's light disappeared with a single flash. As for the light barrier, its walls were shaking. The blue and white light flickered, interweaving with one another as if the light barrier were about to collapse. Everyone quickly used more magic power. This is one of the infant carp beast's killing moves, Divine Water Star Thunder. We only have to persist for a few minutes more. Feng Sanyang shouted out with a flustered expression. She then took the initiative to say an incantation and spurted out some blood essence towards the banner in her hand. Its blue light flourished, releasing a light beam several times thicker than its original, which immediately steadied the light barrier. The light barrier only managed to endure for a short moment before collapsing amongst the beast's dreadful wails. Crooked Soul and the other cultivators maintaining the formation all displayed shock and spit out a mouthful of blood. When the middle-aged Confucian scholar had spit out blood, his Dao companion wordlessly dragged him off, escaping to an area about 100 meters away. Just as the great formation ruptured and the Foundation establishment cultivators paled, a furious shout echoed from the skies, "Evil beast, accept your death!" Immediately after this was spoken, 2 huge yellow streaks of light struck down like bolts of lightning into the huge tempest. With a loud, mournful infant's wail, the sea abruptly became deathly quiet, and the mist gradually dispersed to reveal the true body of the infant carp beast. As for the 2 copper spears, They had returned to their original form, and their flashes of yellow light reflected against the sea as they were nailed into the beast's body. Han Li quickly had Crooked Soul take out a mid-grade spirit stone and recover his magic power without delay as he brought his attention to down below. The infant carp beast appeared extremely strange. It had the head of a young infant with the body and tail of a blue carp. There were also 4 smooth, white human arms growing from its lower body as well as 2 huge fins that seemed to act as wings. But what was most strange was that its 4 arms each held a distinct item: a huge crab turtle, a meter-long stick of coral, a white egg-sized pearl and a silver shield-like clamshell. From a single glance at the item's shining appearance, one could tell they were precious items. The beast's infant head appeared to have an expression of anguish as if it were still screaming. Once Han Li saw the lines of sharp teeth in its open mouth, he felt aghast. As for its 3-meter-long carp body, it continuously flailed about, wanting to escape from the 2 copper spears that pierced it, much like how inappropriately taken chapters struggle to return to Wuxia world. However, the 2 copper spears seemed to be innately baneful to demon beasts. Regardless of how much it struggled, the spears remained rigidly nailed into the still water. It seemed almost as if they were eating away at the beast. The 2 core formation elders that threw the copper spears appeared just as exhausted as Han Li and the others. It was obvious that releasing these 2 rare treasures had somewhat damaged their origin chi. However, they still flew over with an expression of intense ecstasy. The other Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't help but stare at the infant carp beast with greed. But when they spotted Feng Sanyang eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey, they completely relinquished any intentions of greed, swallowing their mouthfuls of saliva, and glancing at the 2 spears that extinguished the beast. The 2 core formation cultivators excitedly flew over. But when they were only about 100 meters away from the infant carp beast, an evil wind that was black as ink suddenly blew from underneath the demon beast. A kilometer of the sea surface condensed into a shining white ball of ice with the beast at its center before soaring towards the sky and pouncing downward onto the core formation cultivators. This abrupt and unexpected event left everyone stunned. Chapter 382, Wuqiu, Profound Deviline Qi. The core formation elders seemed to have recognized this black aura and shouted out in alarm. They quickly flew away as if they had seen a venomous scorpion. The black aura didn't pursue them and sank back into the ocean like a hissing snake, condensing into a black whirlwind at the side of the ice sphere containing the infant carp beast. The black wind gradually stopped to reveal a man and 2 women. The man was short, shriveled, thin and had a young black-pocked face. The women were well-endowed, gorgeous and wearing a sleeveless short skirt. However, they were enveloped with a dark, cold, evil aura. The 2 women were only late Foundation establishment cultivators. Han Li was unable to see through the grotesque, shriveled youth's cultivation, and he was sure to be a core formation cultivator. Elder Miao clearly recognized this man and in his rage, he spoke near incoherently, "Wuqiu 1. What are you doing? Could it be you wish to go to war with our 6 united palaces?" The shriveled youth spoke with great arrogance. "War? This young master has no such interest. But as my clan's ancestry is leaving seclusion from the ocean's depth, this infant carp beast demon core will be my congratulatory gift to him." Martial ancestor Zenith Een is leaving seclusion? The youth's words greatly frightened the 6 united palaces, and they looked at each other in dismay. When the other nearby cultivators heard this, their faces became deathly pale. Even the rather haughty middle-aged Confucian scholar trembled in terror. When Han Li saw this, he felt amazed. This martial ancestor Zenith Een actually had such a large reputation? But what he was most curious about was the faint feeling of familiarity towards the youth's evil aura. After a moment of thought, Han Li felt that the divine blood light that the Emperor of Yu and Crooked Soul cultivated felt rather similar to the shriveled youth's, although theirs are much weaker. He couldn't help but think of the profound Een scripture that was mentioned in the gray jade slip. Han Li mused, could it have some relation to this profound Een devil chi? Before Han Li could ponder any further, Elder Miao loudly reproached, "Wuqiu, you talk big. Did that matter of life and death seclusion 100 years ago allow him to make a huge breakthrough? Don't tell me that your ancestor became mid-nascent soul stage during that time." When Wuqiu heard this, he howled with laughter. "Hee hee, your 6 united palaces are truly ignorant. Who told you that my clan's ancestor entered cultivation to reach mid-nascent soul stage? My ancestor entered seclusion to cultivate a peerless devil art. He only left seclusion because he had reached the great success stage in the technique," Wuqiu stated proudly. Elder Miao and Gu appeared stupefied, not knowing whether he was speaking truth or lies. Since you now know of my clan ancestors' fame, this young master will be taking the infant carp beast. Surely there is no way that your 6 united palaces won't give our Zenithine Island face. Wu Cho sinisterly said as he gazed at their expressions. Upon hearing his infuriating words, Elder Miao's face paled, and Elder Gu's eyes flickered when he thought of something, but the both of them remained silent. As for the others, they couldn't help but take a few steps back, not wishing to become mixed up in this mess. When Feng Sanyang saw this, she frowned helplessly. Everyone here had been invited to deal with a demon beast. They weren't subordinates of the 6 united palaces. Under this current situation, the 6 united palaces truly found themselves at a disadvantage. Although the 6 united palaces had 2 initial foundation establishment cultivators, their origin chi had been greatly damaged by activating the ancient rare treasures, the opposing heaven spears. Although the youth, Wu Cho, was also an early core formation cultivator, he cultivated the finest devil art in the scattered star seas, the profound Yin art. He was far above common core formation cultivators. Moreover, he had the backing of martial ancestor Zenith Yin, an evil devil lord known to all of the scattered star seas that nobody dared to lightly provoke. But to have Wu Cho to take away the infant carp beast before their eyes was a huge loss of face for the 6 united palaces. Not only would the entirety of their efforts be in vain, but they would also appear weak and easily bullied, stifling the future growth of the 6 united palaces. At this moment, Elder Gu and Elder Miao started to have a silent discussion, and their expressions continuously alternated between clear and gloomy. Wu Cho coldly snorted and arrogantly walked to the side of the infant carp beast. His hand flashed with black radiance and a pitch-black devilish saber appeared in his hand. After chopping the demon beast's strange head open with his saber, he searched through the head for the demon core without any restraint. As for the 2 women, they vigilantly watched Elder Miao and Gu in the sky. Feng Sanyang's face became extremely unsightly, but since Elder Miao and Gu still hadn't said anything, she didn't dare to act. Han Li and the others silently gazed on, not daring to say a word. They were fearful of inviting disaster upon themselves. Not longer after, Wu Cho fished out a jade blue sphere from the demon beast's head with his face full of delight. But his gaze then turned to the 4 wondrous items that were held in the demon beast's limbs, and he wore an avarice expression. But just as he lifted his devilish saber, Elder Gu stopped him, speaking with a deep voice. "Young Island Lord, your ancestor could be said to have a relationship of old friendship with our palaces. You can take the infant carp beast's other items. However, our 6 united palaces requires the demon core. We must take it back or else we will not return." Elder Gu spoke with an indifferent tone, showing not the slightest emotion. When Wu Cho heard this, he coldly laughed and continued to chop down, ignoring his words. Breaking the demon beast's grasp, he tightly gripped the blue coral in his hands. Having seen this, Elder Gu revealed a softer expression and sighed, helplessly transmitting his voice towards Wu Cho. Upon hearing him, Wu Cho suddenly halted his saber and revealed an expression of astonishment. He lowered the devilish saber in his hands and opened and closed his mouth in disbelief as though he wanted to say something. Elder Gu then expressionlessly said a few additional words. This strange scene was completely baffling to Han Li and the others. As for Elder Miao, he expressionlessly floated in the air and turned a blind eye to what was happening. "I don't believe you. Give me evidence of your status." Wu Cho suddenly shook his head and coldly shouted. It's unclear whether or not it was deliberate, but he suddenly shouted this out without using a voice transfer technique. When Han Li and the others heard this, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. After giving each other a mutual glance, Elder Gu and Miao revealed a furious expression. "Fine, here is proof of our status." With an ice-cold expression, he waved his arm and released a black light. Wu Cho caught it without any effort. Han Li attentively gazed at this with a thumping heart, but he was only able to clearly see the item by relying on his powerful spiritual sense. It was a command medallion carved and painted in the shape of a malevolent ghost head that released a faint black chi. After carefully examining it, Wu Cho seemed to recognize it. Han Li's heart thumped, and he faintly felt a foreboding premonition. He hastily turned his head around, but what he saw left him fearful. The others appeared bewildered and were glancing at the actions of the 3 core formation cultivators. However, Qing Xuanzi's face appeared deathly white and he started to fall back with tightened fists in complete silence. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 meters away. When he saw Han Li looking at him, he was initially startled before revealing an unsightly, bitter smile. Afterwards, he wordlessly transformed into an azure streak, fleeing away at the greatest speed he could muster. This sight caused Han Li's heart to sink. He instantly reacted, patting his storage pouch and hastily withdrawing his divine wind boat. After dragging Crooked Soul onto the magic tool, he soon turned into a streak of white light and hastily fled in the direction of the small, unnamed island. Qing Xuanzi's and Han Li's strange actions left Feng Sanyang and the other cultivators stunned, feeling great bafflement. When Elder Gu and Miao saw this, they revealed cold expressions. Elder Gu then sinisterly said, "We will take responsibility to kill the two that fled. Elder Brother Wu, I will leave the rest to you." Without waiting for Wu Chao's response, Elder Gu and Miao turned into two streaks of light, disappearing without a trace in the direction of Han Li and Qing Xuanzi. Wu Chou coldly snorted. Although he appeared unwilling, he gazed at the bewildered Foundation establishment cultivators with killing intent. "Humph! You all sure aren't lucky, having witnessed something you shouldn't have. Now this young master will be taking your souls." Wu Chou spread open his arms and covered the nearby sky and earth with a black evil wind in an instant, the astonishingly dense pressure instantly engulfing Feng Sanyang and the others. 1. Chou can mean ugly as he is described. Also describes certain Qi thieves. Chapter 383. Fighting against core formation propelled by Han Li's late Foundation establishment cultivation. The already fast divine wind boat was like an arrow loosed from a bow, piercing through the very air itself. When Han Li saw that the reef was a short distance away, he inwardly sighed in relief. But when he turned his head to wipe away his sweat, he felt his blood run cold and heard something coming from behind him. During his shock, Han Li instantly reacted, stamping down on his divine wind boat and causing it to strafe to the side. An instant later, the divine wind boat was already about 40 meters away. At nearly the same time, a deep yellow streak of light passed through the location where Han Li had just been. About 100 meters away, the yellow light stopped, fading away to reveal a silhouette. Han Li wiped away his sticky, cold sweat and looked at this person with a bitter smile. The person before him had long, messy hair. He was the Six United Palaces' Elder Gu. At that moment, Elder Gu stamped his foot onto an earth-yellow disc magic treasure and silently glanced at him with a gaze beyond cold as if Han Li were already a dead man in his eyes. As for the formation that Han Li had placed down, it was 40 meters behind him, much to Han Li's shock. However, Han Li clearly understood that any questions or pleas of mercy now would be in vain. He could only risk his life against this core formation's senior, and see whether or not there would be an opportunity to use the formation spell to trap him. With that thought, Han Li's heart became resolute and he gave orders to Crooked Soul. Crooked Soul blurred and moved to block Han Li's front. At this same moment, his body released a faint blood-red light along with the scent of blood. As for Han Li, his hands shined with light, revealing two magic tools in his grasp. Seeing that Han Li and Crooked Soul wished to stubbornly resist, Elder Gu's eyes shined with an ominous glint before causing the disc magic treasure beneath him to release a long cry. The disc then shined with yellow radiance and enveloped his entire body in yellow light like an armor. Afterwards, Elder Gu suddenly raised his arms, silently shooting out a swarm of palm-sized blades of crescent light towards Han Li and Crooked Soul. While Han Li felt greatly alarmed, he also felt relief. His magic treasure was only as fast as the attacks of Lei Wanhe that Han Li had previously witnessed, giving Han Li the opportunity to save his own life. Han Li's consciousness surged and he raised his hands. With one hand he threw out a huge, enlarged tortoise shell. In the other, he held a sparkling small mirror that directly spouted out a mist of azure light towards the incoming light blades. An unbroken succession of booms rang out. The front portion of the light blades slowed down under the effects of the azure light mist. But as soon as the rest of the blades entered the azure light shattered and fragmented into bits of starlight. Crack. At this same moment, the mirror in Han Li's hand cracked into two, becoming unusable. Han Li threw away the azure stasis mirror without the slightest lament and patted his storage pouch without moving his gaze, releasing 2 streaks of black light and 5 streaks of white light from his storage pouch. After the stakes made a half revolution around him, they orderly flew out. This still wasn't enough for Han Li. Another 8 flashes of white light surrounded him, revealing 4 puppet soldiers to either side of him. They drew their bows ready to take action. Then the swarm of light blades struck the tortoise shell. In the instant that they made contact, countless deep scars immediately appeared on the shell. After merely a few short moments, the tortoise shell released a wail and was cleaved into countless pieces by the swarm of light blades. With the time this bought, Han Li's 7 top-grade magic tools had arrived in front of Crooked Soul and continuously revolved around him, forming a black-white barrier of light streaks. Naturally, these top-grade magic tools were also incapable of withstanding the weakened light blade attacks. The black dragon claws and the 5 white flying blades twinkled as they revolved, merely becoming fireflies. Without anything to block the swarm of crescent light blades, they chopped towards Crooked Soul, who stood motionlessly in front of Han Li. Ich! Crooked Soul suddenly let out a world-shaking roar, shedding off the blood-red light that surrounded his body. In the blink of an eye, the light turned into a huge red flood dragon, charging forward with brandished claws and bared fangs. Just as the red light and the light blades collided, the puppet soldiers at Han Li's side released their light arrows for a timely addition to the flood dragon's attack, causing a momentary deadlock. Han Li was ecstatic at how the event had played out, but Elder Gu revealed astonishment. But soon after, the core formation cultivator snorted with disdain and raised his hands as a burst of yellow radiance flourished from behind him. When Han Li saw this, he grew alarmed, as he had spent most of his precious magic tools blocking the last wave of attacks. If his enemy were to unleash another wave of incisive attacks, he would surely meet his end. While Han Li was lost in fear, the sneering core formation cultivator's complexion suddenly changed. Perhaps due to heavenly intervention, his cheeks flushed with an abnormal shade of red before soon turning pale. Afterwards, the yellow light behind his body dimmed, and his trembling body doubled over from pain. Elder Gu suddenly felt furious alarm. He was well aware that this was caused by the rash use of his true origin despite not recovering from the earlier damage to his origin chi. However, he only needed to suppress his injuries for a moment more to easily get rid of Han Li. This turn of events left Han Li wild with joy. He instantly reacted, taking advantage of this opportunity by grabbing Crooked Soul and then flying down towards the nameless island at the speed of lightning, leaving behind the flood dragon and puppet soldiers as he was unable to retrieve them in time. Elder Gu was furious with embarrassment. If he truly allowed Han Li to escape from his hand, he would be made a fool of. Vexed, he could only allow his injuries to somewhat worsen. Gritting his teeth, he made use of his entire body's spiritual power and forcefully suppressed his injuries before he resolutely chased after Han Li as a streak of blinding yellow light. Flying at great speed, Han Li managed to travel 100 meters in an instant. Just as he stepped into the perimeter of the spell formation, the yellow streak of light chased after him, nearly entering the formation at the same time. Just as Elder Gu smirked while thinking he would be able to kill the two in one blow, his eyes suddenly flashed with light and he saw a huge change of scenery. The nameless island was nowhere to be seen and he found himself above a huge jade sea with an immense pressure holding him in place. Formation spell? Elder Gu's expression grew solemn. Although he was somewhat shocked as to why there was a formation spell here, he didn't feel any panic. After all, the nearby fluctuations of the formation spell indicated it wasn't some impressive grand formation. He was confident he'd be able to break through it with ease. With that thought, Elder Gu's expression grew cold, and his body shone with dazzling yellow light. Naturally, what Han Li saw in his Jade Water Azure Armor formation was completely different than what his core formation seniors saw. After flashing forward a few times on his Divine Wind boat, he easily left the Great Formation. With thoughts of fleeing to as far away as possible, Han Li turned his head towards the formation. Han Li's expression became gloomy. He saw Elder Gu transform into a yellow bolt of lightning, wildly striking against the formation spell's restrictions. As Han Li saw that he was about to break through, Han Li's expression continuously alternated between clear and gloomy. If Han Li were to flee, his pursuer would escape and give chase once more. Given the great discrepancy in speed between his pursuer's magic treasure and his Divine Wind boat, he'd definitely be chased down. As Han Li hesitated, several layers of the formation spell's restrictions were broken through. Having then come to a decision, Han Li's eyes flashed with killing intent. He called out to Crooked Soul without hesitation and stealthily approached Elder Gu under the cover of the spell formation. But as they were approaching Elder Gu, their target seemed to sense something as he was unbridledly breaking through the spell formation. Elder Gu suddenly stopped and vigilantly looked around with a stern expression. Han Li wrinkled his brow. A small, azure flag then appeared into his hand with a flash of light, the formation's master control flag. After whispering an indiscernible incantation, Han Li suddenly tossed the flag. The flag turned into a streak of azure light, merging with the formation. Afterwards, the scene before Elder Gu's eyes changed once more. He was now surrounded by a surging storm, and the original 600 kilograms of pressure suppressing him suddenly multiplied, causing his body to feel sluggish. Chapter 384. Spoiler: beheading the superior. While the core formation cultivator's body was slowed by the formation, a dozen translucent white ice spears shot out of the seawater behind him. Suddenly, Elder Goo's sluggish body became nimble once more. He managed to turn around and raise his hand, shooting out a huge yellow crescent. In the blink of an eye, he completely smashed the ice spears, but without the slightest delay, an ice snake shot out from another direction to strike him. Simultaneously, the seawater behind Elder Goo parted to reveal a blood-red beam of light. As the light beam was shot from a close range and traveled too quickly, Elder Goo was unable to dodge in time while under the formation spell's restrictions. He could only grimace and envelope his body with yellow radiance in an attempt to block the attacks. The arm-thick, blood-red light beam struck, causing Elder Goo to stumble forward and somewhat lose his balance. At the same time, there was a flash of azure light from his side, suddenly revealing Han Li fiercely chopping down with a huge azure sword in his hands. Elder Goo was greatly alarmed. There was clearly no one there before. What movement technique could be this strange? Although he felt astonished, he instantly reacted, causing his body's yellow light to suddenly surge in order to block Han Li's huge sword. Han Li chuckled and disappeared from sight. Then Elder Goo heard sounds of breaking wind around him and saw over 10 red threads stabbing towards him. Flying needles. Elder Goo was aghast. He naturally knew much of these hidden weapons, famed among the cultivation world. His body's yellow light brightly shined as if attempting to destroy the insidious magic tools, unwittingly falling into Han Li's trap. Bang! Han Li had reappeared behind him and swung down, causing the yellow radiance to sway. The dozen red threads then bizarrely drilled into his yellow radiance like snakes. In a single second, they pierced through a meter and still continued to fiercely bore deeper. With furious alarm, Elder Goo's eyes coldly glinted and he reached for his storage pouch. He realized that with their spell formation and strange attacks along with the great damage to his origin chi he previously suffered, it would be difficult to prevail. But without waiting for him to take something out, 2 thumb-thick streaks of blood-red light appeared in front of him, shooting towards his body with extreme incisiveness. Having suffered Han Li's attack and being trapped by the flying needles, the yellow radiance of his body had greatly weakened, allowing the unremarkable streaks of blood-red light to pierce through his yellow radiance. Elder Goo's face grew deathly pale. But as a core formation cultivator, feeling dread as he felt the blood-red streak pierce through his yellow radiance and being unable to take out any of his treasures, he suddenly exerted the entirety of his body's strength to dodge. An instant later, both of the blood-red streaks of light struck. One of the streaks brushed past his ear, taking away a majority of its flesh. As for the other, although it missed any of his vital regions, it left a small hole with blood spurting whole out of his shoulder. Elder Goo then shouted in pain as his knees buckled. That wasn't the last of Han Li's attacks. Crooked Soul's lofty figure appeared from the sea a second later and raised his arms, shooting out 2 blood-red light beams. At this same moment, Han Li expressionlessly held a silver sword with a single hand and waved it in arcs of silver light, continuously striking the yellow radiance. Ear-piercing screeches echoed upon each slash. With his other hand he took out a thick stack of talismans, releasing a barrage of countless fireballs and ice spears. In the following moments, flashes of blinding radiance and sounds of explosions continued without end. Slowly recovering his consciousness from the pain, Elder Goo panicked. He clearly felt that due to the formation spell's pressure, his enemy's ceaseless attacks, and his lack of magic power from the use of his immemorial bowl, the yellow radiance protecting his body would not last. Without any regard for the consequences, he used a secret technique to forcefully withdraw magic power. But before this was completed, Han Li's incantation produced an ice-cold sound. Suddenly, the chaotic sea waters surrounding Elder Goo began to swirl, momentarily increasing the huge pressure affecting his body by several-fold. As the yellow light protecting his body was brought to its final glimmers, it released a mournful groan under Elder Goo's incredulous gaze before it finally disappeared without a trace. With nothing left to obstruct the flying needles, they immediately pierced through his vitals in a flash of red light, bringing Elder Goo to his knees. A silver light flashed to reveal Han Li silently appearing at his side and the 6 united palaces. Elder Goo's fine head then landed over 10 meters away. Immediately after, a fountain of blood shot out from the headless corpse, densely filling the air with the scent of blood. Han Li let out a long breath, but quickly stepped forward to the side of the corpse to snatch its storage pouch. At the same time, Crooked Soul reached out to collect the yellow bowl magic treasure. With that, Han Li and Crooked Soul quickly fled away out of the formation in the Divine Wind boat. After flying for only 15 meters, Han Li plunged the boat into the ocean and submerged himself about 100 meters down. Afterwards he put away his Divine Wind boat and took out Orsevering red muslin cloth, wrapping it around Crooked Soul and himself. They then used the nameless incantation to restrain their chi. Not long after this was done, a formidable and wrathful spiritual sense arrived nearby, searching from up above the nearby sea. Although the spiritual sense made a fine examination, its owner was unable to find any trace of Han Li or Crooked Soul. After furiously sweeping his spiritual sense through the nearby area once more, he hurriedly rushed away to another area. After this, Han Li finally felt truly at ease. Naturally, he wouldn't foolishly make a sudden emergence from the sea. Instead, he released a blue light barrier to separate him and Crooked Soul from the ocean and had Crooked Soul enter meditation. The concealment within the ocean lasted for over half a month. During those days, the owner of the huge spiritual sense was unwilling to give up and repeatedly searched the nearby seas several times. But as Han Li had always noticed him coming and had restrained his chi beforehand, he was never successful. Now that the spiritual sense hadn't appeared for several days, Han Li finally dared to move. After slowly traveling over 50 kilometers away, he finally flew out of the seawater, got his bearings and flew off at his greatest speed. Naturally, he couldn't return to Stalwart Star Island, and would have to find somewhere else to stay. Chapter 385. Sea Ape Island. Han Li gently held the pill between two fingers and brought it to his eye, carefully examining it before revealing a faint smile. It seemed that the fight to flee wasn't a wasted effort. As he had acquired several Dustfall pills, the odds of his core formation should somewhat increase. After properly putting away the medicine pills, Han Li carefully stored away the bottle in his storage pouch. Now Han Li had to find a location that was both safe and had an abundance of spiritual chi. So long as either Han Li or Crooked Soul managed to reach core formation, they would have a chance when fighting against any core formation cultivator that wished to hunt them down. However, core formation wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short amount of time. Other than genius cultivators blessed with heavenly spiritual roots, other cultivators require enough spirit medicines and time to break through the bottleneck. Spirit Snow Water and Liquid Heaven Fire are two such materials required for cultivators that wish to form their core. While they aren't required in order to succeed in core formation, the success rate without them is so astronomically low that it would cause cultivators to spit blood. Although there wasn't an official statistic, it is said to be less than 1%. Apart from these two items, many other spirit medicines can also be taken to increase the odds of success for core formation, but none of them were as effective as Spirit Snow Water and Liquid Heaven Fire. Unfortunately, taking multiples of these medicines would prove to have no effect. It wasn't like refining chi during meditation where it was optimal to take appropriate amounts of other spirit medicines. In fact, it would most likely prove to have an opposite effect. But what was laughable was not only were the effects of the other medicines far inferior to that of the Spirit Snow Water and Liquid Heaven Fire, they required herbs that were more rare and harder to find. In addition, these medicines would often require several thousand-year-old herbs to create. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't have such mighty spending power. At best, they would have one or two luxurious additions to their Spirit Snow Water and Liquid Heaven Fire. Of course, this didn't pose a problem for Han Li. Apart from the pills requiring a few rare spirit herbs he didn't have or had never heard of, he had refined over 10 spiritual medicines to aid in core formation, all of which were now safely stored inside his storage pouch. But what was most surprising was that these medicines didn't require innate true fire to be refined. They were simply mixed together like ordinary medicines of the mortal world. In addition, these pill formulas could easily be found in ancient records. When Han Li initially found them, he was stunned for quite a while. Even to this day he was still left puzzled. As for the 5 Dustfall pills he acquired, they were extremely rare supplementary medicines that all cultivators nearing core formation desired. However, even with the aid of these many medicine pills, the probability of success in core formation wouldn't be vastly higher than those without. According to Han Li's research, his mind-bogglingly extravagant method of core formation would only raise his odds of success by 10% at most when compared to other cultivators. On the whole, taking medicine should be a bit better than not, but this was only Han Li's opinion. Additionally, core formation wasn't something that could be concluded in merely 10 days or half a month. According to ancient records and the core formation experience of Li Huayuan, Han Li's former master, It would take about 3 to 5 years to conclude. The specific duration would depend on an individual's own aptitude. From here on out, he would have to avoid feeling great emotion, avoid any battles with others, and find a place with acceptable spiritual chi. Thus, it was imperative that Han Li found an island to seclude himself and attempt core formation, even if it were somewhat sparse regarding spiritual chi. With that in mind, Han Li took out a jade slip that contained a huge map of the seas with Stalwart Star Island and the other 2 main islands at the center. Han Li submerged his spiritual sense into the slip for quite some time. After eventually finding his approximate location, he then searched for remote, small-sized islands. After the time it took to cook a meal, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip with a thoughtful expression. He looked at the seas and the blazing sun in the sky before finding his desired direction, turning into a streak of white light and disappearing across the horizon. Along the way, Han Li stopped at a few desolate islands to recover his magic power. He avoided any islands that were inhabited, as he was fearful of leaving behind traces for anyone pursuing him. After changing direction several times, Han Li finally found the region he wished to travel to and quickly flew off. 2 months later, Han Li and Crooked Soul appeared above a remote island. This island wasn't nearly as large as Stalwart Star Island, but it was quite a bit larger than ordinary small islands, barely large enough to be considered a medium-sized island. It was the Sea Ape Island that Han Li had endured a long, arduous journey for. The island had few mortals and no cultivators above chi condensation, along with no island lord to speak of. It was a place of freedom where everyone could come and go as they pleased. As for the island's name, the nearby seas were occupied by the particularly strange low-grade demon beast, sea apes. This demon beast was almost entirely the same as a common ape, apart from its ability to use the low-grade water arrow magic technique and its considerable intelligence. By adulthood, it was nearly as intelligent as an 8-year-old child, and cultivators are fond of capturing them to act as workers for their immortals' cave. Although sea apes are considered demon beasts, they are capable of being easily subdued by 6th-layer chi condensation cultivators. As such, a few small ships would arrive annually, hiring low-grade cultivators to capture and sell the beasts. There were a few small merchants that had collectively set up a formation spell on the island and had established a long storefront that bought living sea apes year-long. Every so often, a ship would arrive and leave with a large quantity of sea apes. As such, the island became a gathering point for low-grade cultivators striving to acquire spirit stones. But after a formation spell was established, rogue cultivators came to Sea Ape Island for long-term residence as it contained a massive spirit vein of fair quality. Although the spirit vein couldn't be said to be exceptional, TT was so large and broad that the entire island was suitable for low-grade cultivation. As for spirit wells or any other dense areas of spiritual chi, Sea Ape Island was largely lacking when compared to other islands. Thus, it didn't invite conflict with any high-grade cultivators. With sparse spiritual chi and the mere local specialty of sea apes, it naturally escaped the notice of greater powers and became a free land of low-grade cultivators. Although a foundation establishment or core formation cultivator would occasionally arrive at the island, they were mostly just passing through. This island made for an exceptionally good place for Han Li to hide and undergo core formation. 2 days later, Han Li stood on the peak of some desolate mountain on the island. As he gazed at his newly created temporary cave dwelling, he felt great satisfaction. Apart from a simple medicine garden and 2 secret rooms, there weren't any other complex designs. Han Li used a formation tool set to lay down an ordinary concealment formation spell at the cave's entrance and carefully released his 2 bloodjade spiders from his storage pouch, setting them to guard the entrance of his cave. Having undergone years of nurturing, the 2 white spiders had grown to the size of his head and had ascended 2 grades, becoming high-grade 1 demon beasts capable of easily dealing with ordinary chi condensation cultivators. Han Li had left all of his other wondrous bugs behind at his True Immortals cave on Minor Expanse Island. Han Li guessed that those who sought to either silence him or avenge Elder Gu would definitely search his Immortals cave at Minor Expanse Island. Although the false and true Immortals cave were concealed by 3 great formations, they wouldn't be able to withstand a core formation cultivator's attacks for long. As for his false Immortals cave, it would undoubtedly be revealed. But according to Han Li's estimations, there was a 50% chance of his True Immortals cave remaining hidden. This was because the passageway to his True Immortals cave was concealed by mortal mechanisms rather than any easily perceived formation spells. Its entrance was cleverly blocked by a huge, engraved stone chair. If someone were to only inspect his false Immortals cave, Hanli was completely confident that they wouldn't find anything amiss. But if a particularly meticulous examiner were to come, it may prove unfortunate. After all, the other mountain contained wondrous bugs with an unique aura. It definitely wouldn't be concealed from the strong spiritual sense of a core formation cultivator. Although Hanli was unwilling to let go of the wondrous bugs he hadn't been able to tame, he could only resign himself to fate. Even if they weren't fed for 6 years, they should still be able to survive. Such a situation had occurred before. With those dim thoughts in mind, Hanli and Crooked Soul each entered their own respective rooms. Chapter 386. Core Formation. In 4 years, Hanli meditated for several days in his hidden room before taking the spirit medicines. After reaching his peak state, he took out a small bottle of liquid heaven fire. He lifted his head and placed a few drops into his mouth before hastily putting away the bottle. He then closed his eyes, waiting for the medicinal power to flare. Shortly after, Hanli felt his meridians start to scald. His true origin had turned into something like boiling water and started to quickly flow through his meridians. Hanli was initially dumbstruck, but he hastily took out an unknown spiritual medicine and instantly swallowed it down. Afterwards, he started to cultivate the Azure Essence Sword art in an attempt to break through his bottleneck. The day that Hanli broke through to the 7th layer would be the day that Hanli reached core formation stage. Before this, Hanli had instructed Crooked Soul in the neighboring room to also take the liquid heaven fire and other spiritual medicines with his spiritual sense. The divine blood light that Crooked Soul cultivated was considered a quick success Devil Dao cultivation art. Normally, there would be no possibility of core formation, but with the 5 elements blood cores, his chances of core formation were the same as Hanli's. Crooked Soul didn't use a cultivation art to form a core. He instead swallowed the 5 elements blood cores and refined the core's power to form a fiend core. But in contrast, as his core formation process was much simpler than Hanli's, Hanli didn't need to pay further attention to Crooked Soul after giving out his orders. Although Hanli's success in core formation was uncertain, he was still going to make a serious attempt. Even if he were to fail, he would accumulate a large amount of experience for his next attempt. With that thought, Hanli gradually shut out all sense of the external world and deeply sank into bitter cultivation. At that moment, Hanli became completely oblivious to both time and the outside world. Time passed day by day as springs passed and winters arrived. 4 years later, Sea Ape Island was quite lively and disordered. There was a faint atmosphere of excitement present in the island city and the docks. At the time of noon that day, on a remote mountain on the island, a scene occurred that left a cultivator in secluded cultivation dumbstruck. He saw the faraway cloudless dark blue skies suddenly filled with clouds and wind. A dense, black cloud had appeared out of nowhere, enveloping some barren mountain. With flashes of silver lightning and claps of deafening thunder, it appeared as if a crazed serpent was wildly dancing. At that same time, the heaven-earth spiritual chi from all around the barren mountain started to revolve around it with a long cry. A huge vortex spanning 2 kilometers formed underneath the black clouds, thoroughly sucking away the spiritual chi from over 10 kilometers away and leaving the nearby rogue cultivators in great astonishment. They all walked out of their places of cultivation and hastily flew towards the barren mountain. Although these cultivators were ignorant and ill-informed, many of them realized that this astonishing scene was clearly caused by a senior succeeding in core formation. There was another core formation cultivator that appeared in the scattered star seas. However, it was extremely surprising to the rogue cultivators that someone would attempt to form their core in an area with such sparse spiritual chi. As they felt both awe and admiration, they wanted to see the result. They even had the faint hope of forming some sort of connection to this senior. Perhaps they could actually become his disciple. Without waiting for them to arrive, the distant vortex had already absorbed enough spiritual chi, and with the huge cry of a phoenix, the vortex collapsed, scattering its remaining spiritual chi. With the scattered star seas being extremely large and Crooked Soul having an early core formation cultivation, Hanli would surely be able to find a suitable location. In addition, although Crooked Soul wasn't able to use the green brilliant sword, due to his mismatching spiritual roots, he was still able to barely make use of Elder Gu's magic treasure, the immemorial bowl. Even if he wasn't able to completely refine the treasure and make complete use of its might, he was still able to use the magic treasure to fight against other core formation cultivators. Besides, he had also handed over the small golden sword treasure talisman and the golden skull treasure talisman to Crooked Soul. As for the small saber talisman treasure, Hanli kept it for himself. With Crooked Soul's core formation cultivation, he would able to activate the treasure talisman at a much greater speed and attack enemies in an instant, making up for his deficiencies of not being able to make complete use of a magic treasure's might. With that in mind, Hanli drove his divine wind boat at its greatest speed, turning into a streak of white light flying in the direction of Stalwart Star Island. A month later, Hanli and Crooked Soul appeared once more above Minor Expanse Island. After searching through Minor Expanse Island with his spiritual sense and finding no cultivators present, he and Crooked Soul entered the island through the dock and flew towards the mountains containing his Immortal's Cave. Although he was still far away from the mountains, Hanli's spiritual sense had already examined them ahead of time. Hanli was dumbfounded. Not only were both his true and false Immortal's Caves untouched, but the 3 spell formations he had placed down were as well. This was truly beyond his imagination. Upon this strange discovery, Hanli became even more vigilant and stopped the divine wind boat at a distant location. He didn't enter the formation spell. Instead, he gloomily shifted his gaze around. In the end, he discovered there was nothing odd about the mountains. Hanli lowered his head and muttered to himself for a moment and suddenly stamped down on his divine wind boat and started flying into the formations with a raised brow. The formation spells were exactly the same as they were 4 years ago. After further hesitation, Hanli entered his Immortal's Caves. He didn't care about the false Immortal's Cave in the short mountain. Instead, he directly entered his true Immortal's Cave and headed towards the secret room housing the wondrous bugs. When Hanli arrived in front of the secret room, his jaw dropped. The scene before him left him stunned. Chapter 387. Gold-devouring beetles. Hanli had kept his wondrous insects in several tens of concealed stone rooms of differing sizes. Fearful that they would escape, he had set up a small formation in each of them so that they wouldn't break down the walls. According to Hanli's thoughts, as these wondrous bugs were young despite having high rankings, these ordinary restrictions should be enough to contain them. But now, his formations were no longer present and the stone doors were filled with hexagonal-shaped holes. Hanli was aghast and willed Crooked Soul to take a large step forward and open the nearest stone door, revealing a completely empty room devoid of life. Hanli let out a light sigh. Although he had already prepared himself, he still felt rather depressed. After sweeping his gaze over the room, he turned around to look at the stone door. Then he wordlessly walked out and squatted in front of the broken door. The stone door was very strangely damaged, with small holes of similar sizes densely scattered across it. But what Hanli didn't understand was why the holes were so rough, unlike the smooth cuts magic tools would produce. Hanli wrinkled his brow and slowly stood up. He slowly shut his eyes and swept his spiritual sense throughout the rest of the rooms. Having found that the others' rooms were the same, Hanli felt quite a bit of heartache. But suddenly his face moved. He opened eyes to reveal a cold glint and walked towards a different hidden room. The room was also empty, but Hanli entered without any hesitation and crouched, picking up something from the limestone floor and placing it in his palm. He then brought it up to his eye and saw that it was a bean-sized insect shell that twinkled with a silvery light. It was very beautiful and appeared to be entirely created out of silver. Hanli then touched the insect shell to find that its shell was extremely smooth and very hard. After lowering his head in contemplation, he was certain that this wasn't the insect shell of anything he was raising. Hanli's face grew solemn and he narrowed his eyes. From the center of this room, Hanli started to search every inch of his Immortal's Cave with his spiritual sense. Hanli was confident that he'd be able to find something. After a moment, Hanli made a surprising discovery in his medicine garden. A sparkling silver sphere hung on the thick trunk of a flower tree. A sparkling silver sphere, an undoubtedly recent addition to the Immortal's Cave. Hanli called out to Crooked Soul and gloomily walked towards the medicine garden. The silver sphere wasn't very large and was only the size of the head of a small child. But its sparkling, bewitching silver light was extremely eye-catching. Hanli stood at the medicine garden's entrance and attentively stared at the silver sphere in silence. He felt that he had heard of this silver sphere before, but he couldn't recall anything about it at the moment. Regardless, he was certain that this object was related to the silver insect shell he had previously found. Insect shell? Hanli's mind suddenly thought of something. He hastily patted his storage pouch and a green jade slip appeared in his hand. This was the document of detailing the insect cultivation experiences of the controlling spirit cultivator that previously occupied Crooked Soul's body. After submerging his spiritual sense into it, Hanli immediately found that the description of a rank 12 insect seemed relevant. Gold-devouring beetles, rank 12 amongst the wondrous bugs. travels in vicious swarms. It loves to eat other wondrous bugs and is adept at consuming the 5 metals one in heaven-earth spiritual chi. They also cannot tolerate heat or cold. It is extremely vicious and tends to amass into a sphere. It tends to perch on spiritual trees. Jade and wood are capable of capturing it. Spider-type wondrous bugs are capable of restraining it. After reading through the passage several times, he felt pleasant surprise and couldn't help but take another look at the silver sphere. Although there weren't detailed instructions for raising this wondrous bug, he was completely sure he would have been willing to trade all those wondrous insects ranked lower than the golden-backed demon mantis for it. According to what the jade slip said, the gold-devouring beetle was capable of eating through anything, apart from jade or wood. As such, seizing them is quite difficult, but Hanli fortunately had 2 blood jade spiders. Although they were ranked far lower than the gold-devouring beetles, they should still be able to restrain it. The jade slip had mentioned that newly hatched silver gold devourer beetles are especially vulnerable to spider-type magic beasts ranked at least high grade 1, much like his own 2 spiders. However, he first wanted to test whether this insect was as vicious as described in the jade slip. Crooked Soul stepped forward in large steps and stood in front of him. Crooked Soul then emitted a blood-red light and opened his hand before suddenly flying over in a streak of red light. He ended up grabbing the sphere without any trouble, and it didn't show any reaction in the slightest. Hanli stroked his nose and felt slight disappointment. The controlling spirit sect cultivator had bragged about this insect's ferociousness, but why was it so slow? After a moment of hesitation, Hanli had Crooked Soul test it using other methods. With an ominous glint flashing from Crooked Soul's eyes, he waved his hand and a green magic art struck the blood light surrounding the silver sphere. Suddenly, the blood light gradually turned purple and quickly combusted into an impressive devil fire. The bewitching devil fire roasted the silver sphere. Eventually, the silver sphere appeared as if it were made from sand and started to break into specks of silver, producing a humming noise. Hanli carefully looked at it and saw that the silver specks were soybean-sized flying insects. Apart from sharp teeth that could be seen with the naked eye, they appeared exactly the same as a common beetle and didn't seem noteworthy in the least. Hanli was confused. Was this not the gold-devouring beetle? Could he have been mistaken? But after looking at them for a moment more, Hanli was stunned. Crooked Soul's devil fire wasn't burning the beetles at all. Not only were they unscathed, but incredulously, they were eating the devil fire at an extremely fast pace. In the blink of an eye, half of the violet flame had disappeared. After recovering from his surprise, Hanli was wild with joy. He instantly opened the leather bag at his waist and released his 2 blood jade spiders with a flash of light. Without any hesitation, he gave the order to capture them alive. The instance when the final flames of the devil fire were eaten away by the gold-devouring bugs, his 2 spiders shot out a shining white liquid from their mouths that turned into 2 3-meter-wide nets. They were much different than ordinary webs. Their extremely finely woven webs left gaps too small for the silver beetles to escape. The gold-devouring beetles detected danger and immediately turned into silver arrows, fiercely attempting to shoot out of the web. Poopo. The 2 spider webs firmly held against the assault from the silver arrows, turning the web into a ball and causing the gold-devouring beetles to grow frantic. After releasing a deafening screech, they started to tear at the spider webs with their teeth, intending to break free of the spider web and escape. The 2 spiders gave them no such opportunity and continued to spew out mouthfuls of white liquid. In the blink of an eye, the beetles were trapped in a huge ball of webs. Hanli knew that the spider webs wouldn't be able to trap the gold-devouring bugs for long, so he hastily took out a jade box and quickly jammed the ball of webs into it. Afterwards, he closed the box and placed it into his storage pouch. Normally, demon beasts could only be contained in a specialized spirit beast pouch. Otherwise, they would face suffocation from the lack of air in an ordinary storage pouch. However, high-ranking wondrous bugs were different as they had incomparable vitality and could survive in a storage pouch without air. Otherwise, that controlling spirit sect cultivator definitely wouldn't have carried so many of his insect larvae in his storage pouch. Naturally, if he truly wished to use the beasts to fight, a specialized bag for spirit beasts would be best. Not only could he summon them easier, but it would also be more convenient to train them. Most importantly, the specialized pouch was able to store demon beasts at a reduced size, where ordinary storage pouches while incapable of shrinking living things. Thus, even if it were a wondrous bug demon beast, they would still have to be stored in a spirit beast pouch if they were too large. Having put away the jade box, Hanli swept his spiritual sense through his immortal's cave once more, fearful that he had missed something. Apart from discovering numerous dents, small holes in his storeroom, Hanli didn't discover anything else. Those small holes should have been marks left behind from when the gold-devouring beetles dug into his immortal's cave. Since Hanli no longer dared to stay behind in this immortal's cave, he immediately left and soared off after retrieving his 3 magic formations. 1. 5 metals: gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin. Chapter 388, Crooked Soul's Devilish Might. After flying about 5 kilometers away from Minor Expanse Island, Hanli's expression suddenly darkened, and he stopped his divine wind boat. "Don't hide. Reveal yourself." Hanli spoke calmly while facing forward. A cry of surprise came from an empty area. With a flash of rainbow brilliance, 8 Foundation Establishment cultivators appeared not far in front of him. "Hanli, in order to acquire Dustfall pills, you and Crooked Soul killed the Tailstar Island Lord's disciple and the other cultivators involved. Now we've come as enforcers by order of our Island Lord. You are to quickly enter our custody so we may deliver you to Island Lord John Tai for punishment." A late Foundation Establishment cultivator among the group proudly yelled to Hanli. In order to fool the others, Hanli and Crooked Soul had restrained their own cultivation. As a result, the group had misjudged their cultivation and appeared carefree. Although they were somewhat surprised that Hanli had discovered and ruined their ambush, with their superior cultivation and numbers, they should be able to easily handle them. As a result, they were careless and took a blunt, direct approach. After calmly sizing them up, Hanli insipidly said, "You are cultivators from Stalwart Star Island? Do you have any evidence that I killed those other cultivators?" Upon hearing this, a white-haired old man among them was stunned for a moment before sneering and saying, "What? You still wish to quibble against the testimony of the 6 United Palaces, Elder Meow? Don't get your hopes up. Our Island Lord has already said that you two are extremely crafty and that we are to immediately destroy your cultivation." Hanli's expression slightly changed. With a face covered in a layer of icy intent, he said, "Destroy our cultivation? Does your Island Lord not intend to resolve this matter with us? You two have fled in guilt for several years. The evidence has long been collected. What is there to resolve? Everyone go. Let's bring these 2 back for a reward." The white-haired old man turned his head, and impatiently called out to the others with wide eyes. Suddenly, the cultivators acted without speaking any further, releasing their magic tools towards Hanli in streaks of overbearing light. Hanli watched on with his eyes wide open. How was this possibly intending to destroy his cultivation? It seems they were gazing at him with killing intent and intended to kill him. Although he didn't know whether or not there was something amiss, Hanli had no choice but to kill these cultivators. "Crooked Soul, kill them. Don't allow a single one to escape." While Hanli's voice wasn't loud, it was colder than ice. Crooked Soul, who had been standing motionlessly behind Hanli, silently stepped forward and released an astonishing blood-red light. After a moment, his entire body was enveloped in a blinding sphere of light. Then with a soft hiss, a yellow light flashed underneath Crooked Soul's feet and he shot towards the approaching magic tools. With several flashes of light, the incoming magic tools' radiance disappeared, and they were instantly enveloped by a 100-meter-wide barrier of blood-red light, becoming completely sluggish. Crooked Soul appeared at the center of the blood-red light and expressionlessly formed a hand incantation, spitting out the word, "Restrain." Suddenly, the magic tools moved forward and shot toward Crooked Soul's side with complete obedience. With a wave of his sleeve they disappeared. It seemed he had collected them. Crooked Soul then expressionlessly turned his attention to the group of enforcers. The scene had left them dumbstruck. Core Formation Cultivator. He's a Core Formation Cultivator. With Crooked Soul's true cultivation unveiled, the cultivator who shouted this turned pale. The others were equally aghast, but 2 quick-witted cultivators immediately turned around and hurriedly rushed off. Their leader, the white-haired old man, no longer held a trace of arrogance. Only an expression of disbelief remained on his face. Acting under Hanli's orders, Crooked Soul couldn't possibly allow anyone to escape. His eyes grew as scarlet as blood while he emotionlessly gazed at the 2 that were fleeing. He wordlessly raised his hands and shot out scarlet-red beams which moved at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the beams of light had already caught up to them. One of the cultivators wore a sparkling earth-yellow armor, and the other cultivator was wrapped in an obviously exceptional blue chain of light. But with just the slightest touch of the light beam, both the magic tools and the cultivators were turned to ash, extinguishing any thoughts of escaping by the other cultivators and leaving their faces deathly pale. The white-haired old man was terrified and hastily shouted, "Senior misunderstands." This was all a misunderstanding. Crooked didn't pay attention to any of his evasive words. With a tremble of his shoulders, the blood light separated from his body and flew off, forming a large blood cloud above the group of enforcers. Then with a wave of his hand, he released a streak of purple light that seemed to ignite the blood cloud as if it were a spark striking oil. Suddenly, the sky was filled with purple flame, and the cultivators were suppressed from every direction. The cultivators below all displayed expressions of despair as they each released their defensive magic tools while strenuously begging for mercy. But under the ice-cold gaze of Crooked Soul, the purple devil flames turned all of the magic tools and cultivators into dust after just a short moment. Crooked Soul's figure blurred and reappeared, holding all of their storage pouches in his hand. Hanli had already fetched the storage pouches of the two who had fled and flew back to Crooked Soul's side. "Let's go. It will become troublesome if any core formation cultivators were to arrive." Hanli looked in every direction before muttering as if he were both talking to himself and Crooked Soul. After Crooked Soul silently returned to the Divine Wind boat in a blur, Hanli immediately set off, flying far away as the Divine Wind boat became a streak of white light. Not long after, a blue and red streak of light flew over from the direction of Stalwart Star Island, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the area where Crooked Soul had killed the enforcers. Once the blinding radiances faded away, an old man with a devious expression and a middle-aged man that emitted a gray chi appeared floating in the air. "It should be here. The spiritual chi fluctuations haven't yet disappeared. It seems the killer left recently," the middle-aged man gloomily said. One of the enforcers that had been on duty at Minor Expanse Island was the middle-aged man's disciple. When his disciple had died, a soul tablet created from secret techniques had revealed a dark omen. The middle-aged man instantly discovered that his disciple had encountered mishap, but he was currently a guest at his good friend's Immortal's cave. They had flown over as fast as they could, but he hadn't expected that he'd be too late. After pointing in the direction that Hanli fled, he slowly said, "Island Lord Yuan. He should have fled in that direction. I will use the transient tracer technique to investigate for a moment. If we chase after the killer, there is a 30% chance likelihood we will be able to stop him." "All right. If we both give chase, we will be certain to stop the killer." The middle-aged man's body flourished with gray chi and revealed a sinister expression. According to the collision of spiritual chi in the area, it seems the killer should be a core formation cultivator. Although he acted alone, there is no way of knowing whether he is accompanying other cultivators. Does fellow Taoist Yuan truly wish to clash with cultivators of similar strength over a common disciple? The old man suddenly changed the topic and earnestly attempted to dissuade the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was initially stunned upon hearing this, but he soon replied with a displeased face, "Don't tell me that my disciple died in vain. If this were to get out, then wouldn't I be marked as a coward? Apart from me, who else would know of it?" Not only was the killer a core formation cultivator, but since he dared to casually kill near Stalwart Star Island, he definitely isn't someone from the Southwest Sea. Naturally, there won't be any drivel spoken about it, and as for me, I'm not someone who spouts gossip. As such, so long as we return and say we had arrived too late, then this matter can be laid to rest. Otherwise, you would be doing battle with an unknown cultivator of the same rank for a common disciple. The risk absolutely isn't worth it. After chuckling for a moment, he expressed disapproval. Having heard this, Island Lord Yuan's fury gradually disappeared, and he revealed a pensive expression. After muttering to himself for a moment, his expression became calm once more and he cupped his hands to the old man saying, "Many thanks for fellow Taoist Chi's warning. I cannot thank you enough. Let us return. In the future, I will treat that disciple's clan particularly well and then I will let it be." "That would be appropriate. As we are those who pursued the immortal Tao for such a long time, our lives are even more precious. If we are to brave danger, then it must come at a sufficient price," the old man said while concealing a sinister smile. However, these enforcers were to keep watch on Minor Expanse Island's Immortal's Cave. How were they able to provoke a traveling core formation cultivator into killing them? Could they have some relationship to the two wanted fugitives of the 3 main islands and the 6 united palaces? The middle-aged man quickly became perplexed despite much consideration. "Enough. It has nothing to do with us. Your relationship with the 6 united palaces is too shallow to diligently pursue those two. Since I am Deputy Island Lord and you are the Island Lord, Is there any use in blindly worrying about this? The old man snorted and wore a sour expression. After hearing this, the middle-aged man faintly smiled. Afterwards, Island Lord Yuan and the old man chatted for a moment before returning to the island. Chapter 389. Heavenly Star City and the Star Palace. Han Li had no way of knowing how that potential crisis had resolved itself. As such, he continued to act carefully and flew to the northeast as he was now a wanted criminal and incapable of further remaining in the Southwest Sea. However, if he were to go to anywhere else he would need a map of the area, but Han Li only had a map of the Southwest Sea. Due to this deficiency, Han Li stopped on a random island after a month of flying. Although the island wasn't large, it contained a very prosperous market city because of its location on the border of the Southwest Sea and other territories. Wanting to be careful, Han Li concealed the appearances of both him and Crooked Soul using a secret technique and even put on a cloak afterwards. As such, apart from those with a higher cultivation than Crooked Soul, they would only be able to see a vague red light with their spiritual sense. For the rest of the day, Han Li replenished a large amount of materials from the island's market city and bought many ancient records that presented information on the circumstances of the various areas of scattered star seas along with their respective maps. He ended up spending quite a bit. There were a great number of stores on the island that were overjoyed that such a great spender arrived. Having bought all he wanted, Han Li didn't dare to linger and left the small island on that same day. While sitting on his Divine Wind boat, Han Li took out the jade slips one after another and carefully read through them. After an unknown amount of time, he let out a long breath, tossed the jade slips into his storage pouch, and entered deep contemplation. After carefully reading through the jade slips, Han Li possessed a general understanding of the scattered star seas. The scattered star seas were huge, but nobody actually knew how vast they truly were. As no one was stupid enough to attempt to explore its entirety, the sea maps only charted a small portion of the scattered star seas. This was a fact that all cultivators of the scattered star seas acknowledge. The sea territories that were explored were commonly referred to as the inner star seas, while the unexplored territories were known as the outer star seas. Ordinarily, when someone spoke of the scattered star seas, they were actually referring to the inner star seas. The outer star seas were also known by the frightful name of the demon seas and was the home to inconceivably gigantic demon beasts. They were said to be no weaker than nascent soul cultivators. Low-grade cultivators that hadn't ventured to the outer star sea would have their jaws drop for quite a while upon hearing this. Records have even said that in ancient times, regardless of whether it were the inner or outer seas, demon beasts reigned supreme, and cultivators were trapped on small, solitary islands. After an unknown amount of time, the previous generations of the scattered star seas managed to slay the demon beasts one by one, making way for the development of the current inner star seas. As of today, the superpower named the Star Palace reigned over entire scattered star seas. This superpower had existed for so long that even ancient records didn't mention when it had first formed. While the origins of its creation are uncertain, some believe that it was established by ancient elders that eliminated the demon beasts. Others said that an ancient hero united the scattered star seas at the time, while other rumors are endless and equally contested. The current Star Palace had established their transcendent heavenly star city on a huge island at the center of the scattered star seas. Its two city lords, the heavenly star sages, rule the entire sect from their city. The two city lords are extremely mysterious and had never left Heavenly Star City or revealed themselves in public. As such, no outsiders had seen their true appearance. However, it is rumored that the two sages weren't late nascent soul cultivators, but instead, they were divine beings at the deity transformation stage. After all, the Heavenly Star sages have been famous for nearly 1,000 years. How could common cultivators live for so long? Apart from the Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Star City, there are 8 outer territories and 4 inner territories in the inner star seas. Each of the territories' 3 largest islands serve to directly govern their respective areas. These cities were known collectively as the 24 outer star islands and the 12 inner star islands. They were all subservient to Heavenly Star City. As for the stalwart star island Han Li had stayed at, it was one of Heavenly Star City's outer star islands with the addition of the many small subsidiary islands of the Star Islands. The Star Palace truly held quite a bit of authority. But what was most notable was that the Star Palace appointed Star Island lords through 2 methods. The 12 inner star islands were each administered by 6 people chosen by the 2 great sages. As for the 24 outer star islands, Heavenly Star City would host a centennial competition where the final victors would each become an island lord and enjoy the status of a regional ruler. As such, the centennial competition hosted at the Heavenly Star City became known as the Star Selection Assembly. Every time it convened, nearly all the high-grade cultivators of the scattered star seas congregated at the city. Some cultivators came with the dream of becoming an island lord, while others merely wished to broaden their horizon or socialize. There were even those that wished to use the opportunity to exchange medicine pills, materials, cultivation arts and other such items. As it was considered a fleeting opportunity, Heavenly Star City was overcrowded during this time. But even without the additional bustle of the Star Selection Assembly, the Heavenly Star City was a lively city where both villains and heroes dwell. Apart from a prohibition of fighting in the cities and Spirit Stones taxes for long-term residences, the Star Palace left the city alone, allowing it to become a place of freedom where cultivators of all ranks could come and go as they pleased. As for wanted nefarious cultivators, so long as they didn't stir up trouble in the city, the Star Palace wouldn't take the initiative to arrest them. The great merchant clans were extremely satisfied with such a free environment and had stores set up in the city year-round. They also established their own respective auctions and even acquired many types of spirit stone generating businesses. As such, an innumerable amount of rare items flowed through Heavenly Star City from the scattered star seas each year. In addition, Heavenly Star City had another reason for attracting so many cultivators. The Star Palace had set up a transportation formation in the city that led directly to the outer star seas. So long as someone paid a large sum of spirit stones, they could teleport to many of the demon beast islands of varying sizes in the outer star sea. These isolated islands were established by previous generations and all contained spiritual chi. When one arrived at these islands, cultivators would be able to kill all sorts of demon beasts in the nearby seas and sell off the demon cores for spirit stones back at Heavenly Star City. As for the value of spirit stones, a grade 5 demon beast core could be sold for nearly 1,000 spirit stones. As for grade 6 spirit stones, the profits would be enough to fund a foundation establishment cultivator for a lifetime. As such, a significant amount of cultivators annually came to Heavenly Star City to use the transportation formation. After all, flying directly to the outer star seas without using the transportation formation would not only take an extremely long amount of time, it would also be extremely dangerous to fly unguided like a headless housefly. With that in mind, Hanli decided to go to Heavenly Star Island with nearly no deliberation. Regardless of safety or acquisition of demon cores, he felt an attraction to this city by no small amount. Of course, there were other powers of varying strength apart from the Star Palace and the scattered star seas, such as the Four Freedoms Merchant Alliance, the Devil Charm Sect, the Three Immortals Sect, Night Dragon Island, and so on. Of course, Zenithine Island and the Six United Palaces were significant powers as well. After Hanli silently sorted this information in his mind, he took out a map of the scattered star seas and carefully looked at it. Having decided his destination, Hanli pierced through the air, turning the Divine Wind boat into a white streak of light. Several months later, a white light streaked past the air above the sea. Standing on the boat was Hanli, tired from the long non-stop travel. Such a long and arduous journey was actually a rare experience for Hanli. This was because during his entire journey, he attempted to cultivate the Great Development Technique while flying on his magic tool without end. From the very start, multitasking had proven extremely challenging, and a technique that divided one's consciousness to control numerous puppets wasn't exactly easy to cultivate. As he split his attention while cultivating, he had frequently made many errors. The Divine Wind boat would occasionally begin to fly off at an angle, leaving him unable to concentrate on splitting his divine sense. He hadn't made any progress for several days, but the old adage proved true that practice really does make perfect. After countless attempts and distractions, Hanli was eventually able to forcefully cultivate the Great Development Technique while flying. However, Hanli had given up on multitasking and focused on flying forward while standing at the front of the Divine Wind boat. Half a month later, Hanli judged that he had arrived near Heavenly Star City given the arrangement of the desolate islands he had passed and felt his heart stir with excitement. After a short moment more, Hanli's expression slightly changed after he vaguely saw a black dot in the distance that seemed to appear huge. Hanli instantly stamped down on his magic tool, expediting his arrival. Chapter 390, Huge City. A moment later, the black dot in the distance gradually grew larger as he approached, slowly revealing a vast black shadow. Although he still couldn't see it clearly, its prominent silhouette left Hanli awed by its astonishing magnificence. When Hanli flew somewhat closer, he was able to roughly make out the contents of the shadow. It was a city, an enormous city that spanned the entire island. But what caused Han Li the greatest astonishment was that the city was entirely different than those he had seen before. It wasn't laid out on flat land. Instead, the sky-towering mountain at the center of the island served as the foundation, and the buildings were built in concentric circles around it. The bottom of the huge mountain had rows and rows of buildings that spanned to the very edges of the island without a single gap. This was without a doubt Heavenly Star City, the largest city in the scattered star seas. From the sky, the densely packed buildings appeared as small as ants. The scene left him shocked until he was about 20 kilometers away from the island, at which point he was forced to slow down his divine wind boat. Han Li was no longer alone in the nearby sky. Streaks of light far and near started to occasionally appear, flying towards Heavenly Star City. Han Li inwardly sighed. Heavenly Star City's reputation was well deserved. Even at such a far distance away, he saw many cultivators. Once he was about 10 kilometers away, there were an even greater number of various colored lights flying about. He even saw a few huge ships beneath him, cutting through the wind and waves. But what rendered him speechless were the cultivators that chose to sail on small boats or even ride on low-grade demon beasts on the sea instead of flying on a magic tool. Han Li shook his head. After recovering from his awe, he accelerated into a streak of light. After a short moment, arrived at the shore of Heavenly Star Island. He had now discovered that the island was surrounded by a lofty stone wall about 100 meters high. Han Li was also able to make out that the expansive sea walls had over a dozen gates of various sizes. While there were ports intended for mortal ships and bays for resting demon beasts, the obvious majority of incoming traffic, the lone cultivators, entered the city through the small gates. As such, Han Li flew towards a small city gate in a streak of azure light. Although it was one of the smaller gates, when Han Li neared it, he saw that the gate was over 24 meters tall and couldn't help but laugh at himself with a faint smile. In front of Han Li stood a dignified, azure-clothed woman whose cultivation seemed to be mid-foundation establishment. Standing beneath the city gate, she was elegantly speaking to two white-clothed cultivators. After she handed over a few spirit stones, she casually donned a blue ring they had given her and entered the city with light steps. Han Li then calmly walked over with Crooked Soul. "Do you two plan to temporarily stay here, or do you plan to take long-term residence?" So it turned out to be a senior. "Senior, welcome to Heavenly Star City. According to the laws of the city, core formation cultivators are allowed free long-term residence in the city. This is an identity ring. Please carefully hold on to it." The white-clothed cultivator started speaking without blinking, but halfway through, he realized Crooked Soul was a core formation cultivator and hastily took something out from his sleeve. After sizing up Crooked Soul in surprise, he hastily spoke with a respectful tone and handed a red ring over to him. "This is my first time coming to Heavenly Star City. What is this ring for?" Crooked Soul said with a coarse voice. "The spirit ring is the certification of your status. Cultivators that only stay here temporarily wear a blue ring and only have to pay 3 spirit stones for entry. The spirit light on a blue ring only persists for 7 days. Afterwards, the ring's wearer would have to leave Heavenly Star City or go to the city gates and get a new one. Red rings are for cultivators that take permanent residence. Ordinary cultivators are required to pay 800 spirit stones for it. The red ring's spirit light is everlasting and will memorize its owner once it absorbs their blood essence. As it will only shine for its owner, there is no need to worry that others might steal it." The white-clothed early foundation establishment cultivator gave Crooked Soul a neutral explanation and raised his hand to reveal a shining red ring on his finger similar to the one in his palm. Crooked Soul silently nodded his head and took the ring. He then dripped his blood essence on it after some slight hesitation and placed it on his finger. "I must trouble fellow Taoists to give me a red ring. I also plan on staying in this city for quite some time." With a smile, Han Li took out 800 spirit stones from his storage pouch and offered it to one of the cultivators. The two white-clothed cultivators appeared somewhat surprised, but wordlessly took the spirit stones and handed Han Li a red ring. Han Li also dripped his blood essence onto the ring and wore it before entering the city with Crooked Soul. The streets past the gate couldn't be considered either narrow or wide. It was more than wide enough for 4 people to walk through at once or perhaps 2 carriages. The side of the streets were lined with rows of limestone buildings. From a glance, one could tell they were mortal stores and they had nothing worth seeing. There didn't seem to be any cultivators on the streets, with only a few mortals shopping and chatting. There was nothing present caught Han Li's interest. After a quick examination, He casually lifted his head to look at the sky and saw that a great number of lights were flying about, each indicating a cultivator soaring on their magic tool. The largest city in the scattered star seas actually didn't have any air restrictions. It was going to make things quite easy for him and Crooked Soul. Han Li then took out his divine wind boat and intended to take off before being interrupted. "Sir Immortals, please wait." A man from the side of the street shouted out, walking out from a store and respectfully saluting them. He was a lean man with a slanted mustache. The two took a thorough look at him but found that he was a mortal that completely lacked magic power fluctuations. Han Li revealed slight astonishment and asked with a slight frown, "What's the matter? Have I met you before?" The lean man spoke with a wide smile. "Hee hee. My name is Lu Er and this is my first time meeting these two immortal masters." Having heard this, Han Li's expression darkened as he revealed displeasure. But without waiting for Han Li to speak, Lu Er hastily said, "This is your first time arriving at Heavenly Star City, yes?" Certainly, these immortal masters are quite unfamiliar with the roads and circumstances of the city. Since I am a native, I know this city as well as the back of my hand. If these two immortal masters want to go somewhere or want to know where to handle their business, I could save immortal masters quite some trouble if I were to guide the way. My assistance only requires the payment of 2 spirit stones. With that said, Lu Er gazed at Han Li with an expectant expression. He seemed to have already made out that the youth was the master of the two. Han Li faintly smiled and replied, "So it's Lu Er? If your assistance is to my satisfaction, I will give you 5 spirit stones. But if you waste my time, I won't give you a single one." Then with a mysterious smile, Han Li boarded the divine wind boat without paying Lu Er any further attention. As Han Li stood on his boat, he gazed at Lu Er to the side. At this moment, the mortal's face incessantly shifted between dark and clear. After he saw Han Li gazing at him, he silently gritted his teeth and said, "All right. I will follow Immortal Master. I will definitely satisfy the Immortal Master's expectations." Han Li faintly nodded his head indifferently and tapped his divine wind boat, immediately sinking it close to the ground. Having seen this, Lu Er hastily boarded and carefully stood on it. Soon after, the divine wind boat slowly soared and flew towards the huge mountain at the center of the island. After flying for about 100 meters through the sky, Han Li turned his head towards Lu Er. He saw that although his face revealed slight fear, he didn't show any signs of difficulty or intolerance. Inwardly nodding his head, Han Li casually asked, "It seems this isn't the first time you've flown on a magic tool. Do you frequently act as a guide for foreign cultivators?" "Previously, I've assisted 6 immortal masters. However, this is only my second time flying." Lu Er spoke with a forced smile. The wind at 100 meters in the air proved to be a bit too strong for a mortal. Having seen that Lu Er's expression had turned slightly green, Han Li faintly smiled and raised his hand. With a flash of blue light, a layer of blue mist covered the entirety of the divine wind boat, protecting the 3. Lu Er's complexion immediately improved afterwards. But without waiting for Lu Er to say any thanks, Han Li inquired, "First of all, tell me where I can find a place to cultivate in peace." Chapter 391. A New Home. Lu Er blankly stared for a moment before involuntarily turning his gaze to the hands of Han Li and Crooked Soul. Having seen their red rings, he revealed a flash of sudden insight and gave Han Li a thorough explanation. "So it turned out you immortal masters intend to take up long-term residence. This matter is quite simple. Do you immortal masters see that building on Sage Mountain? If you wish to cultivate, you only have to go to there and rent a building. I've heard other immortal masters say that a natural spirit vein flows through Sage Mountain. The higher the building, the greater the amount of spiritual chi. Of course, the price increases as well. If you don't wish to rent a building and want your own personal cave residence instead, it will cost far more than renting an ordinary residence. Furthermore, regardless of whether it is a building or a cave, you will have to pay a fee every 100 years. If you do not pay when the time comes, the Star Palace will repossess the residence by force. Oh, so long as I have enough spirit stones, I'll be able to rent a cultivation area at the highest height?" Han Li revealed an interested expression. Lu Er shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it and spoke with embarrassment. "Immortal Master jests, that obviously isn't possible. Every circle of buildings on Sage Mountain is considered a layer, coming to a total of 81 layers. The first 50 layers are open to foreign cultivators and can be rented as a cultivation residence so long as one has the spirit stones. The last 30 layers are reserved for the elders of the Star Palace. As for the last layer, That is where the sage's palace 2 Lord Sages live. Nobody is allowed to enter. After a moment of thought, Han Li decisively said, "Fine, point the way. Let's find a residence first before anything else." "Yes, your subordinate follows your orders. Immortal Master should fly towards the base of the mountain. The buildings there take care of these matters." Just as he finished speaking, the divine wind boat turned into a streak of white light and flew towards the huge, distant mountain. The huge mountain had appeared somewhat near, but it still took a quarter-hour of full-speed flight to reach the base of the mountain. Under the guidance of Lu Er, the divine wind boat descended in front of an imposing pavilion. There were quite a few cultivators coming and going, occasionally flying off or landing with flashes of light. After a quick examination of the area, he brought Crooked Soul and Lu Er to the towering pavilion. Upon entering, Han Li saw over a dozen cultivators. 6 of them were sitting alone at a couple of stone desks while talking with cultivators wearing white clothes. The white-clothed cultivators appeared miserable, and 2 of them were even pitifully begging. It made for a rather interesting scene, as not a single one of their expressions were the same. Han Li silently watched the scene from the side. "Sir Immortal, there is no one at the desk over there. Should we go over?" After a short moment, Lu Er carefully called out to Han Li. Han Li turned his gaze towards the recently cleared stone desk and nodded his head. But as Crooked Soul was the one to lead this time, Lu Er was left bewildered, as he had recognized Han Li to be the master. "Senior wishes to rent a residence at Sage Mountain? Which layer would you like? The higher the layer, the more expensive it will be." The Star Palace cultivator examined Crooked Soul for a moment before speaking with a respectful tone. It seemed that core formation cultivators were seen with veneration regardless of the location. This was the reason why Han Li had Crooked Soul step forward. "I want a cave dwelling. Are there any available? The higher the layer, the better." Crooked Soul expressionlessly said. "Cave dwelling? Senior is quite wealthy. I'll go take a look." Having heard Crooked Soul's arrogant tone, the white-clothed cultivator hastily took out a jade slip and started to search through it. "I got it. There are 3 caves on the 31st layer, 4 caves on the 39th layer, and 2 caves on the 47th layer. Here are the prices of the cave residences as well as their floor plans and capabilities." The white-clothed cultivator then placed several jade slips onto the stone table. When Crooked Soul heard this, he bluntly took the jade slips on the table and looked through them with his spiritual sense. Han Li had believed that since he wasn't lacking in spirit stones and that he could be considered somewhat wealthy among core formation cultivators, he would be able to afford the cost of a cave residence. But once he looked at the prices, he felt his heart drop. The cost of a cave residence at the 39th layer left Han Li feeling heartache, not to mention the 47th layer cave. Also, these were just the costs of merely 100 years of use. The price went up to 3,000 spirit stones, a price that was far beyond reason. Having seen Crooked Soul become silent, the cultivator seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He explained with a smile, "Senior, although we don't dare to call Sage Mountain Spirit Vein the best in the Scattered Star Seas, it is undoubtedly in the top 5. Cultivating at even the base of Sage Mountain is far faster than the best spot at an ordinary spirit vein. As for each layer above the 30th, cultivation speeds increase by an entire 4th. As such, the expensive price is completely worth it." Han Li frowned in response and had Crooked Soul read through the jade slips once more. "I'll have this one." Under Han Li's command, Crooked Soul handed over the jade slips and indicated a more capable cave residence on the 39th layer. As Crooked Soul wanted to rent an expensive cave dwelling, the white-clothed cultivator swiftly responded in excitement. "Understood, that will cost 2,700 spirit stones." This time Han Li didn't have Crooked Soul act. He personally took out 27 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them over. "This is the Cave Residence's Authority Medallion. It allows you to enter and leave the cave residence at will, but after 100 years the medallion will be revoked. Please carefully take care of it." After taking the spirit stones, he took out a yellow medallion and handed it over to Crooked Soul. After taking the medallion, Crooked Soul wordlessly turned around and left. Han Li and Lu Er, who hadn't dared to speak, closely followed him out. A truly astonishing price. It actually cost that many spirit stones to secure a cultivation area. After walking out of the pavilion, Han Li let out a long sigh before muttering to himself. This purchase had consumed a significant portion of his fortune. Lu Er stole a look at Han Li and asked with a whisper, "Is there anywhere else that you 2 immortal masters wish to go?" He had been greatly shocked when Hanli had spent such a huge quantity of spirit stones. Although he had seen other cultivators act as such when he had guided them, they only spent several tens of spirit stones at most. This was the first time he had seen such a big spender who could spend nearly 3,000 spirit stones in one sitting. Suddenly, Lu Er became even more respectful towards Hanli, now confident that he could potentially acquire an even greater reward. After all, Hanli spent money quite liberally. So long as Lu Er satisfied him, he was certain he wouldn't short him any spirit stones. Hanli quickly glanced at Lu Er and casually said, "Guide me to the city's market and give me an introduction of the larger stores." Afterwards, the divine wind boat soared through the sky in a streak of light. Half a day later, Hanli was lying on a large wooden bed with his hands cushioning the back of his head. Not long before, Lu Er had given him an introduction of the most important locations in Heavenly Star City. They then parted ways after Hanli gave Lu Er his payment. Having seen Lu Er depart with a delighted expression, Hanli returned to the cave residence on the 39th layer that he had paid an enormous sum for. The cave residence exactly matched what was described in the Jade Talisman. Not only was it isolated and peaceful, but it also had a large medicine garden. But what was most to Han Li's satisfaction was the abundant spiritual chi present. As described, the spirit vein in the mountain was truly beyond ordinary. His old cave residence in the heavenly south region couldn't possibly compare. All of these benefits left Han Li feeling satisfied with his purchase. The cave residence's formation spell was extremely impressive. It was no weaker than the simplified 5 elements reversal formation. Although this was the case, Han Li didn't feel at ease with just the cave's formation spell protecting him. He decided to have a short rest and would place down several of his formations tomorrow. After he finally felt his home was secure, he would have time to make plans for his future cultivation. With that thought, Han Li unwittingly fell sound asleep. He had been flying non-stop these last few months and was truly quite tired. On the morning of the second day, Han Li started to busy himself after waking up. He laid down 3 great formations outside of his cave residence, and planted all kinds of spiritual herbs in the empty medicine garden for future maturation. Lastly, he went into the market city and bought a large amount of high-quality fine jade. After returning to his cave residence, he embedded the fine jade into every inch of a hidden 40-meter wide room. After all the surfaces of the hidden room were completely covered in jade, Han Li carefully released the gold-devouring beetles into the room. He held high expectations towards these high-ranking wondrous bugs and planned to train them well so they could assist him in the future. T.O. Wondrous bugs - exotic insects. Although monstrous spiders and centipedes aren't insects, it sounds better than calling them bugs and invertebrates. Thanks for the naming suggestion, Advalare and Barbant. Chapter 392, Raising Bugs. Although gold-devouring beetles were among the highest-ranked exotic insects, the controlling spirit sect cultivators Jade Slip mentioned that their physical power is very limited. Only by relying on its superior numbers would it be able to prevail. If the swarm only contained a dozen or even 30 of them, they wouldn't be too useful once they reached adulthood. Only if they were in a swarm numbering by 100,000 or several hundred thousands would they be able to display power genuinely worthy of their rank. Imagining the scene of countless beetles blotting the sky and murdering without end, Han Li involuntarily shivered. He now intended to quickly raise the gold-devouring beetles and have them bear descendants to increase their number. However, this was easier said than done. The gold-devouring beetles had only existed in ancient times in the Heavenly South region and were currently extinct there. As such, the concrete details of their breeding had disappeared countless generations ago. The information contained in the controlling spirit sect cultivators Jade Slip only had the insect's characteristics as described by ancient records. Since there weren't any detailed methods of raising them, Han Li was left vexed for quite a while. In fact, not only were the gold-devouring beetles currently extinct, it seemed that the 30 top-ranked exotic insects were extinct from the cultivation world as well. It was only because that controlling spirit sect cultivator was a bug fanatic that he had scoured and analyzed ancient records that he arranged the exotic insects on a list. As for how reliable the front-end rankings were for the exotic insects, only the heavens knew. It was only by coincidence that Han Li was able to obtain the gold-devouring beetles, a species that should have been extinct. As these gold-devouring beetles from some unknown reason had just hatched, it seemed that they had been in suspended animation on Minor Expanse Island since ancient times for some unknown reason. It was reasonable to say that mountain-splitting earthquakes and torrential storms had been unable to awaken the exotic insects. However, It seemed that the congregation of exotic insects that Han Li brought with him after building his cave residence had resulted in the beetles' miraculous awakening. The scent of Han Li's various insects must slowly trickle down and arouse the appetite of the swarm of gold-devouring beetles. Originally they should have attacked Han Li's exotic insects sooner, but Han Li's bloodjade spiders were there. As they were fearful of their natural predator, they didn't dare to venture too closely to Han Li's cave residence. Thus, they had stayed hidden on Minor Expanse Island while rigidly staring at Han Li's cave. On his last trip, Han Li had brought along his bloodjade spiders, allowing the gold-devouring beetles to emerge. From what Han Li saw, after those gold-devouring beetles ate all his exotic insects, they settled their nest into the cave's medicine garden. With Han Li's stealthy return, he was able to capture them in one sitting. Since Han Li didn't have knowledge about raising these insects, he could only approach it slowly and fumble about. First, Han Li tried throwing in bug food of all kinds into the room, resulting in the several hundreds of gold-devouring beetles immediately ravaging them. Han Li was delighted to find that they weren't picky with their food. However, Han Li's happiness only persisted for a few months. After feeding the beetles a great amount of food, he discovered they hadn't matured in the slightest. Han Li felt quite gloomy and was forced to think of a different method. As these beetles loved to eat the 5 metals and spiritual qi, Han Li fed them metallic items of each type separately and a few low-grade spirit stones. After devouring them, these beetles didn't show the slightest change, and Han Li deemed it to be another failure. Extremely disheartened, Han Li bluntly threw the lifeless eggs that he had acquired from the golden-back mantis into the beetle room. After eating these, the beetles finally started to display a change in their spiritual qi and appeared to be far more violent. While this caused Han Li to be pleasantly surprised, he also became rather worried. Could it be that these gold-devouring beetles would only mature after eating other exotic insects? That would be a greatly difficult problem, as he had no other exotic insects other than his bloodjade spiders. Helpless, Han Li bought bloody hog and sheep meat and threw it into their room. Apart from causing these gold-devouring beetles to become even more vicious, they didn't show any signs of maturing in the slightest. With no other choice, Han Li gradually matured enough spiritual herbs and started to refine spirit feed pills. Previously, Han Li had only refined pills to further progress his own magic power, so it would be his first time refining this pill. A few days later he had successfully refined his first spirit feed pills. Han Li immediately fed the gold-devouring beetles and his 2 bloodjade spiders a portion of the pills. The results left Han Li both overjoyed and worried. He was happy that the spirit pills had a beneficial effect on both demon beasts and exotic insects. Unfortunately, he grew worried after seeing that the changes that occurred to the gold-devouring beetles and the bloodjade spider were extremely different. He fed both the 2 bloodjade spiders 5 spirit feed pills each. The next day their spiritual qi had grown by a small but obvious amount. As for the gold-devouring beetles, Han Li had fed them many pills but the effects could only be described as negligible. They only experienced a sliver of growth. He estimated that because the number of gold-devouring beetles was far too great, their growth was much lesser. This method wouldn't be capable of causing any large benefits. This swarm only numbered in the several hundreds. When he thought of the several tens of thousands he would need to display their true strength, Han Li lost confidence in continuing to raise these bugs. Having come to this conclusion, Han Li lost interest in raising the gold-devouring beetles and fed the remaining spirit feed pills to his bloodjade spiders. As for the beetles, he fed them a bit of insect feed every day. At this point, Han Li had already spent half a year in Heavenly Star City. In addition to rearing his bugs, Han Li shut himself in seclusion and madly refined grade 2 puppets and all sorts of talismans. As Han Li hadn't yet reached core formation, he was unable to grasp any intermediate magic techniques or refine any intermediate talismans as a result. After creating such a large amount of talismans, he acquired the benefit of having a high success rate in crafting low-grade talismans. Han Li had a success rate close to 50% for even high-grade talismans, allowing him to save a large amount of materials. Several hundred years old ironwood was the main ingredient in crafting grade 2 puppets. Since Han Li could quickly mature the ironwood, his cost when making a puppet was decreased by over half. For the souls that were required to refine the puppets, the Emperor of Yu's soul congregation bowl contained many feral souls that had long lost their intelligence. He bluntly made use of them as they no longer held any intelligence and had lost their qualifications for reincarnation as a result. As such, he could only regard them as common refinement materials. After finally crafting about 200 puppets of the same model, Han Li was left extremely satisfied. However, the creation of these puppets had consumed a significant number of Han Li's spirit stones. Although the cost of creating a single puppet couldn't be considered large, the cost of successfully creating 200 puppets with the addition of the cost of the materials lost during failed attempts could leave one speechless. By this time, Han Li had now been in seclusion for 2 entire years. During these 2 years, Han Li fed his bloodjade spiders with spirit feed pills. With the assistance of strong medicinal power, the 2 demon beasts ascended in rank, becoming peak grade 1 demon beasts. During this time, Crooked Soul had almost completely refined the immemorial bowl. Although he wasn't the magic treasure's creator and was thereby unable to merge his mind with it, he was eventually able to absorb it into his body and display 70% of its power. Han Li had previously thought about having Crooked Soul create his own magic treasure, but the materials for crafting magic treasures are truly costly. With his remaining spirit stones, Han Li feared that he wouldn't be able to acquire even the most common materials for a magic treasure. In addition, magic treasures aren't something that can be created in a short amount of time within one's soul. At the very least, it would take 30 years of bitter effort before it could display the early stages of its might, but Han Li didn't have such time to waste. His most pressing need was to acquire a large amount of demon beast cores so that he may refine spirit medicines and preparations for the second cycle of the 3 Essence Revolutions technique. His actions in seclusion, whether it be raising his exotic insects or refining a great amount of puppets, were all preparations for demon beast hunting. Han Li wondered if they would be capable of hunting grade 5 demon beasts without much difficulty with Crooked Soul acting as the main force, along with the assistance of his puppets, bloodjade spiders, spell formations and Han Li himself. With this in mind, Han Li finally left his cave residence and brought Crooked Soul with him to Heavenly Star City. Since he wanted to go to the outer star seas and hunt high-grade demon beasts, he naturally required information on the demon beasts and the area where the transportation formation would take him. As such, he went to the city market hoping to get what he needed. Heavenly Star City's market was located on the first layer of Sage Mountain, and was so huge it occupied at least half of the first layer if not more. The scope of the daily trading of materials and magic tools at this market was far greater and more prosperous than any market city Han Li had previously seen. Chapter 393, Deep Jade Island. During the last 2 years, Han Li had left seclusion several times to replenish his puppet crafting materials. Because he had been such a big spender during these trips, many store owners had become quite familiar with his face. After acquiring the information he wanted from the shopkeepers with a few inquiries, Han Li went to a bookstore called the White Gate Pavilion. As expected, the store contained collections information on all of the demon beasts currently known in the scattered star seas. Han Li's spirits were roused and he acquired a copy of this information for over 1,000 spirit stones. As for the information on the demon beast islands in the outer star seas, Han Li found it in an unremarkable small store. Since his objectives had been achieved, Han Li intended to return to his cave dwelling, but on the way back he came across a shop that specialized in selling storage pouches and spirit beast pouches. Currently he carried far too many items on his person. With his 200 puppet beasts occupying 4 of his storage pouches, he found it inconvenient to use them. Furthermore, since he planned to go out to sea to hunt demon beasts, he would need more space to collect their valuable body parts in addition to their demon cores. It would be far too wasteful to just throw them away, so it was only natural that he'd want to prepare a few storage pouches with a larger capacity. An hour later, Han Li left the shop feeling slight heartache after having spent over 1,000 spirit stones on 2 high-capacity storage pouches. Since they had nearly 10 times the capacity of his previous storage pouches, they should prove to be sufficient. Afterwards, Han Li passed by the Lavish Cheer auction house, the top-ranked auction in Heavenly Star City, and couldn't help but take a look inside. The details of the items up for auction left Han Li feeling truly covetous. Not only were there grade 6 demon cores, but they also had high-grade materials for magic treasure refinement, not to mention many rare goods that he had never heard of before. Unfortunately, while the items in this auction were good, cultivators such as Han Li, with only a few thousand spirit stones on hand, couldn't afford to buy anything. This was because after any rare items entered an auction hall, their price would likely increase by over half the original value. Spirit herbs that were over 1,000 years old were rare and could be auctioned off at a high price, but Han Li didn't wish to attract any problems. After all, he may feel as if he was lacking spirit stones, but it wasn't to the stage where he was a desperate level of poverty. As such, it would be better to avoid any unnecessary trouble. After glancing at the overly expensive auction goods, Han Li returned to his cave residence. A month later, Han Li had finished getting all of his affairs in order. During that time, he had particularly studied the properties and weaknesses of the outer star sea demon beasts and came up with appropriate plans of action upon encountering any of them. But one day Han Li suddenly bursted out laughing and was dancing with joy as he held a jade slip in hand. Then with a face full of excitement, he quickly ran out of his cave residence and flew out toward the city market. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Han Li and Crooked Soul appeared in the Heavenly Star City's 50th layer district, standing in front of a large hall made entirely of marble. A huge 10-meter-long signboard hung up above with the golden words, Starry Sky Palace. There wasn't anybody else present outside the hall. Han Li calmly walked inside with Crooked Soul in tow. After passing through a small short corridor, his view opened to a spacious hall that was over 70 meters wide and tall. Within the hall, there were 4 male and 1 female cultivator chatting with a white-clothed cultivator of the Star Palace. Several transportation formations of equivalent size were lined up behind them. A small stone table lay in front of each of the transportation formations with the name of the transportation formation's destination. Han Li didn't pay further attention to the transportation formation, and instead swept his spiritual sense past the other cultivators. What he found left him shocked. Half of those present were core formation cultivators, and the other half were late foundation establishment cultivators. After Han Li and Crooked Soul entered, the 6 glanced at them with slight surprise. The white-clothed core formation cultivator recovered quickly despite appearing somewhat puzzled by the appearance of Crooked Soul and Han Li. The other 5 revealed joy upon seeing the 2 arrive. These 2 fellow Taoists also wish to go to the Demon Beast Islands? How about joining us in using the same teleportation and splitting the cost? The charming woman that appeared 30 years old suddenly spoke with a sweet smile. Han Li stared blankly for a moment and didn't immediately respond. Instead, he looked at the white-clothed cultivator in charge of the formation and asked with slight confusion, "Senior, will that be acceptable?" Of course, use of the transportation formation is charged based on the number of activations, not by the quantity of people. Regardless of whether it is a single person or 7 people, the cost will still be 700 spirit stones. However, only a maximum of 7 people can be teleported in a single instance. The white-clothed cultivator spoke indifferently. Han Li respectfully thanked him for his explanation, and then turned his head towards the woman, asking her with a smile, "Have you decided which Demon Beast Island you intend to go to? My martial uncle and I wish to head to Deep Jade Island." Deep Jade Island? The woman was startled for a moment. After glancing at the several people behind her, she immediately replied with a chuckle, "What a coincidence! We also planned on heading towards Deep Jade Island." Han Li's expression didn't change, but he inwardly sneered. A coincidence? These people obviously didn't care which Demon Beast Island they went to. But since Han Li could save on spirit stones, he nodded his head in agreement. After each of the group members handed over 100 spirit stones to the white-clothed cultivator, they all stood in the transportation formation for Deep Jade Island. The white-clothed cultivator then handed each of them a transportation talisman to place on their body. It seemed that this talisman had an effect similar to the Greater Displacement Medallion, preventing any mishaps from occurring due to long-distance teleportation. Although the talisman could provide protection for long-distance teleportation, it was only effective up to a certain distance and could only be used once. The Greater Displacement Medallion was far superior by comparison. But even so, the talisman was still considered a rare item that could only be created by the talisman masters of the Star Palace. They weren't for sale on the outside. Han Li felt somewhat nervous as the spirit stones around the transportation formation flashed with blinding white light. After the light faded away, Han Li and the others found themselves within a simple stone room, indicating that the teleportation had succeeded without a problem. In addition to the 7 new arrivals, an expressionless Star Palace cultivator also stood in the room. The Star Palace cultivator was only a mid-foundation establishment cultivator and was sitting in a corner of the room in meditation. After indifferently glancing at Han Li and the others when the teleportation finished, he closed his eyes once more without any intention of further paying them attention. Han Li felt a slightly unordinary spiritual chi fluctuation in the room. It seemed to originate from the formation spell's restrictions that enshrouded the room. The stone room had a large half-open door. Through its opening, faint chatter could be heard from the outside, and the occasional silhouette could be seen passing by. While Han Li looked around the room in curiosity, the others walked out of the formation while minding their own business. But suddenly, an aged core formation cultivator with a face as red as ripe jujubes suddenly turned around and asked, "Are you fellow Taoist interested in joining hands with us? We'll split the spirit stones evenly after selling off the demon cores." "There is no need. My martial nephew and I have different plans. Please take care of yourselves." Crooked Soul's ugly face remained expressionless while declining the proposal. The old man revealed slight disappointment at the refusal and sighed, saying, "That is truly a pity. If fellow Taoists were to join me, we'd have no problem hunting grade 6 demon beasts. Since it appears that this is the first time you two have visited a demon beast island, I'll give you two a word of advice. Not only must you be wary of high-grade demon beasts here, but you should also be careful of ambushes from evil cultivators. If that happened, it would be better to be traveling in a group. If you have a change of heart, we will happily welcome you." Han Li remained silent for a moment before bringing Crooked Soul out of the room with a chuckle. "What's this?" Han Li looked around in astonishment. It wouldn't be wrong to say that this place had small streets everywhere, because there were businesses of all kinds scattered about, selling talismans, magic tools, assorted goods, or even purchasing depots. Each of the stores also had a shopkeeper lazily sitting inside. These stores were also quite crudely constructed. They weren't built with stone but with wooden logs instead. As they were truly simple as can be, Han Li doubted whether the stores would still be standing after a strong gust of wind. Moreover, these so-called streets spread outwards with the transportation formation's stone room as the center. They were carelessly arranged and scattered in every direction, leaving orderly observers feeling unwell upon sight. Chapter 394. Cultivators and Demon Beasts on a Small Island. The most puzzling thing to Han Li was the silence that spread throughout the streets. There wasn't a single person outside of the stores. After murmuring to himself for a moment, he silently smiled. How could he have forgotten? This place wasn't nearly as leisurely as the inner star seas. The courageous new arrivals to these islands were at mid-foundation establishment at the very least. They should all be out hunting demon beasts. Han Li then lifted his head and looked around, discovering that this place was actually built with its back to a small mountain. Han Li pondered for a moment before walking towards the general goods store built from rubble. Are there any new sea maps of the nearby area? Before Han Li arrived, he had learned that the sea maps of the Demon Beast Islands were constantly being replaced and that the newest maps were the most useful. We do. We have general maps and detailed maps. Which type would Senior like? The shopkeeper of the general goods store was a middle-aged chi condensation cultivator. He gave an enthusiastic reply after they came over and asked him a question. The detailed map. Han Li answered instantly. The detailed map costs 100 spirit stones. The middle-aged man stated boldly. 100. Han Li felt that he had misheard, but his face soon darkened and revealed fury. Although he didn't intend to provoke any problems, he wasn't going to allow himself to be swindled by a low-grade cultivator. Senior shouldn't misunderstand. This price wasn't decided by me but by my superiors. I'm only obeying orders. In addition, other cultivators sell us the new maps at a high price as well. In response to Han Li's gloomy expression, he gave an explanation with his own complaints rather than expressing fear. Your superiors? What merchant union do you belong to? Han Li asked with a frown after his anger had somewhat subsided. He clearly understood that small shops weren't capable of conducting business on the Demon Beast Islands. This might even be a branch of the Four Elements Merchant Union. After a short pause, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Senior sure is knowledgeable. Junior is an underling of the Lavish Cheer Merchant Union. The same Lavish Cheer Union that established the Lavish Cheer Auction House in Heavenly Star City, and is a member of the Four Elements Merchant Union? That's right, Senior. Without any further bickering, Han Li bluntly threw a mid-grade spirit stone his way. The shopkeeper then let out a chuckle and handed a jade slip over to Han Li. Han Li glanced at the other shops before taking the jade slip and moodily asking, Are the other stores also part of your Lavish Cheer Merchant Union? How could that possibly be? Apart from the purchasing depot in the west, the other businesses were all established by different merchant unions and have no relation to ours. The middle-aged man glanced at the other stores and spoke with slight hostility. Having heard this, Han Li turned around and left with Crooked Soul without any further words. Just as he thought to fly off on his divine wind boat, a streak of green light fell from the sky and landed in front of the purchasing depot. The light faded away to reveal a tall and burly core formation cultivator. Youngster fan, you've got business. The large man loudly yelled towards the store after arriving. He then took out a storage pouch from his chest and threw it on the floor. With a whirl of rainbow radiance, the 10-meter corpse of a monstrous fish appeared on the ground. Although it was said to be a fish, the only fish-like thing about it were the green scales on its body. It had a python's head and huge claws on its abdomen, and there was a bloody hole on its upper back. It seemed its demon core had already been ripped out. Senior Hao has arrived. This jade-scale demon fish is quite hard to kill. Only Senior's truly remarkable skill would be able to kill it. A chi condensation youth quickly ran out from the store and examined the demon corpse with quick eyes and clever mind. As he incessantly praised the large man heartily laughed. The man seemed to be a heroic figure. He suddenly turned around to face Han Li and Crooked Soul. After examining them for a moment, he candidly yelled out to them, "Your faces are unfamiliar. You must have just arrived. Do you wish to hunt demon beasts together?" Seeing that the large man was so cordial, Han Li silently smiled but had Crooked Soul shake his head in refusal. The large man revealed a trace of disappointment, but enthusiastically continued, "I am Hao Yuan Tian and am somewhat well known on Deep Jade Island. If you change your mind, come find me." With that said, the large man took a pouch of spirit stones from the youth and looked at it before energetically flying off in a streak of green light. Han Li stood in his original spot while silently pondering. Both the red-faced core formation cultivator as well as the large man surnamed Hao had invited him to join them. Quite a number of core formation cultivators had arrived on Deep Jade Island and formed their own groups. Even core formation cultivators traveled in groups so that they may hunt demon beasts in safety. Han Li had already known about this from his research. If he didn't have his own plans in mind, it was likely he would have agreed to one of their invitations. Han Li carefully looked through the map on the jade slip he just bought while he flew his divine wind boat towards the edge of the island. Deep Jade Island wasn't very large, and after a short moment, Han Li had already arrived at the island's edge. Han Li swept his gaze across his surroundings while standing at the front of his divine wind boat. His eyes flashed with spirit, and he chose a direction as he flew deeper into the endless seas. Han Li didn't dare to travel too close to the water as it was home to demon beasts with deep cultivation. Although those beasts concealed themselves at the seafloor, they would occasionally feed on any life forms that passed by above them. If any cultivators were to alarm one, they would almost certainly be consumed as well. As such, Han Li was extremely careful. But in contrast, one couldn't fly at too high an altitude in the outer star seas as the sea beasts weren't the only occupants. There were also bird-type demon beasts that habitually patrolled the seas from up above. Allowing oneself to enter their range of vision was extremely dangerous. Of course, this wasn't always the case. Each of the sea territories had slightly different circumstances, and one's safety was never absolute. Every year, cultivators teleport to the Demon Beast Islands with dreams of hunting demon beasts for their cores, but a significant number of them never returned. There were even rumors of high-grade demon beasts overcoming their core formation hunters and devouring them instead. While there were clearly enormous profits to be had by hunting demon beasts in the outer star seas, there was an equally high level of danger involved. As such, all cultivators who arrived on these islands would voluntarily form groups with their acquaintances and hunt together with the increased safety. However, gathering together in large numbers to hunt was a taboo. Previously, all the cultivators on the Demon Beast Islands had hunted together. They were successful for a while before they had attracted the attention of a large group of demon beasts that were all grade 7 and higher. Not only was the death toll terrifying, but the island was completely destroyed as well. After these events repeated 2 additional times, no one else dared to gather together in groups past a certain size. Nowadays, they would gather together in groups of at most a dozen, creating many smaller groups around the island where high-level cultivators were often roped in to join them. With the previously mentioned information in mind, Han Li's expression immediately became sullen after flying from Deep Jade Island. Not only did Han Li release his powerful spiritual sense, surrounding his body in a 100-meter radius, but he also propelled his divine wind boat at its greatest speed and quickly flew through the air in a streak of white light. Every 6 hours, Han Li would stop and confirm his direction as he was deeply fearful of getting lost and being unable to find his destination. Han Li's luck was surprisingly quite good. On his way, he didn't encounter any trouble aside from an easily avoided grade 5 demon beast that was romping around in the distance. After flying with periodic stops for 3 days, he eventually spotted a small fire-red island. As flew closer, he saw that the island was created from an accumulation of scarlet coral. With the addition of the sparkling reflection of sunlight, It made for quite a beautiful sight. Han Li stopped above the island and revealed a face of happiness. Chapter 395, Rainbow Skirt Grass Red Coral Island. So this is the nearest coral island. Han Li stood on the divine wind boat and muttered to himself for a moment. Afterwards, he flew in a large circle around the island and made sure that the coral island didn't have any cultivators or demon beasts nearby before slowly descending with Crooked Soul. The small ring-shaped island was composed of coral rings of differing sizes. Han Li stood on a smooth surface and ground his shoes against the ground to make fine dark red grains of dust. He then lifted his head to examine the topography of the island. A short moment later, he narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Ordering Crooked Soul to stand guard near him, he suddenly set off to walk around the island. Under Crooked Soul's protection, Han Li made a thorough inspection of the island's west and east coral rings. After making a full examination of the island, he even dove into the sea in the center of the island and didn't emerge until half a day later. On the third day, Han Li completed his investigation and finally came to a decision. He ordered Crooked Soul to place down his 3 great formations, the 5 Elements Reversal Formation, the Fierce Heavenly Wind Formation, and the Illusory Heaven-Sifting Formation, at his selected locations. The 3 formations all covered the center of Red Coral Island. After placing down the 3 formations, Han Li additionally set up several small-scale magic formations at the center of the Red Coral Island. With every direction sealed off from the center, it created an inescapable net. Having done all of this, Han Li carefully examined his work and ensured that there was nothing he had overlooked. Then he took out a jade box from his storage pouch and gently stroked it. Han Li revealed a mysterious smile and slowly opened it, revealing a large medicinal herb that had 13 leaves on its stalk. The leaves were completely curled up, making it appear quite peculiar. Even more noteworthy was the white mist the plant carried that faintly released a rainbow light, making for a magnificent sight. It seemed to be of supernatural nature. This was Han Li's greatest trump card, the Rainbow Skirt Grass. Although the herb wasn't common, it couldn't be considered a rarity either. This item was able to be found on coral reefs in the scattered star seas. However, if one attempted to plant this in ordinary soil, it would cause its surroundings to shine with color for 1 or 2 days before dying off. It was quite interesting. What was most fascinating was that the color which shined would be the same as the environment it grew in, altering the color of its current location, whether it be blue, red, or any other color. However, it didn't possess any significant medicinal effects for cultivators. Apart from its attractiveness, common cultivators would only view it as an ingredient used in some low-grade medicine pills. However, Rainbow Skirt Grass had another name, Demon Lure Grass, and had previously caused a large amount of uproar in the cultivation world of the scattered star seas. At the time, an unknown cultivator had unexpectedly discovered that every 100 years, one of the 13 curled leaves of this extremely beautiful medicinal herb would gradually unfold. Upon fully unfolding, it would release a strange scent that lasted an entire week. The scent didn't have any effect on cultivators, but to the many demon beasts in the sea, it was an extremely enticing aroma. With the slightest smell, the demon beasts would instantly search for it, racing to be the first to find and devour its source. In addition, the older the Rainbow Skirt Grass, the farther its scent traveled, and the more powerful the demon beasts it would attract. It was said that a nascent soul expert had previously found a stalk of 1,000-year-old rainbow skirt grass in the depths of the outer star seas that had just unfolded its 11th leaf. As a result, this expert had personally seen several tens of grade 6 and grade 7 demon beasts mount a simultaneous charge towards it, forcing the expert to flee. When this was later made known in the cultivation world, many cultivators had thoughts of using this herb to lure demon beasts for easy hunting, as high-grade cultivators would often go months in the outer star seas without encountering a single demon beast. Towards a majority of cultivators, grade 5 demon beasts were the best targets, as hunting grade 6 and 7 demon beasts posed too great a risk of death. As for any demon beasts grade 8 and higher, only old nascent soul eccentrics wouldn't flee at the sight of them. Anybody else would merely become demon beast food. The number of demon beasts in the outer star seas were truly great. However, they were truly difficult to find as they rarely ever left their concealment from the deep seas. Unless high-level cultivators flew thousands of kilometers day by day over the ocean or possessed remarkable ability for searching the sea with their spiritual sense, roaming the scattered star seas for half a year without encountering a demon beast was a very common occurrence. After all, The outer star seas were truly vast, and the various demon beasts each had their own methods of concealment. It was quite easy to overlook them even when searching with spiritual sense. When it was discovered that rainbow skirt grass could attract demon beasts, it caused quite an uproar. For a time, well-aged rainbow skirt grass was quite precious. However, it was soon discovered that this idea was but a mere fantasy. First of all, there was no method to predict the exact moment its leaves would uncurl. It is said to uncurl one of its leaves every 100 years, but there was often a variance of 3 or 2 years. As such, there was no way for cultivators to effectively make use of it while they were at sea. Secondly, there was the depressing discovery that rainbow skirt grass lost its ability to uncurl its leaves and release its unique scent 100 years after being picked. As such, any thoughts of transporting it to the outer star seas were extinguished. As for its name as demon lure grass, it was quickly discarded, and it returned to being called rainbow skirt grass. When Han Li found this mocking, understated record in a jade slip, his eyes flashed with inspiration. The small bottle's ability was just waiting to be combined with the spiritual herb. He immediately purchased a stock of rainbow skirt grass from the city market and experimented with it in his cave residence. As a result, the rainbow skirt grass gradually uncurled its leaf over the course of 5 days under the effects of the green liquid. Afterwards, it released a strange scent that couldn't be described as either pleasant or foul, but it did leave quite the impression. Doubtfully, Han Li placed his 2 blood jade spiders into the medicine garden. As a result, the 2 demon beasts immediately leapt towards the rainbow skirt grass and completely devoured it without the slightest hesitation. Soon after, the scent faded away and the 2 white spiders returned to normal. While this result came as a pleasant surprise, he also felt worried about his blood jade spiders. After carefully examining them for the next few days and finding that nothing strange had occurred, he finally felt relieved. With this trump card in hand, he was suddenly filled with confidence in hunting demon beasts for their cores. After making another round of preparations, not only did Han Li bring a large amount of rainbow skirt grass, but he also visited the many coral islands and deep jade islands territory after arriving. After all, rainbow skirt grass could only survive on coral islands. As such, after laying down his inescapable net on Red Coral Island, he waited for the rainbow skirt grass to mature and have demon beasts come knocking on his door. Han Li had found an isolated coral reef in the sea at the center of the ring-shaped Red Coral Island and planted his rainbow skirt grass sprout on it. Although he knew that the older the rainbow skirt grass, the greater area of effect it would have, he started off with 100-year-old rainbow skirt grass to be safe. Han Li took out a small bottle from his body and carefully dripped the green liquid onto the spirit herb. He then meditated on a nearby coral island with Crooked Soul by his side, both of them preserving their strength for what was to come. 3 days later, the rainbow skirt grass had unfolded a leaf before Han Li's eyes and released a bizarre scent. Han Li silently waved his hand. With a flash of radiance, glowing formation flags of various colors appeared embedded in the ground around him. Han Li gazed at the formation flags for a moment before calmly closing his eyes once more. He had already decided that if no demon beasts appeared in the next few days, he would give the rainbow skirt grass another drop of the green liquid and increase the range of its demon luring effect. With this, demon beasts were bound to visit. But just as he thought this, the silver sphere of beetles suddenly broke apart. The eyes of the several hundreds gold-devouring beetles flickered with red light as they flocked towards the strangely scented rainbow skirt grass. After devouring it in an instant, they continuously let out a low hum as if they were irritated. Han Li was somewhat stunned by this scene but immediately revealed slight joy. It seemed that his experiments could continue. Han Li left the insect room in a great mood and ordered Crooked Soul to periodically throw in a similar amount of rainbow skirt grass. He wanted to see what effect his rainbow skirt grass would have on demon beasts so that he may lay to rest some of the doubts he carried. Not long after, Han Li brought all of his medicine pills with him into his hidden room and sealed it off, intent on staying until either he succeeded or died trying. Han Li had already fully prepared himself, and in order to maintain his focus he had decided he wouldn't take a single step outside of his hidden room until he fully restored his cultivation. As for the rest of the matters in his cave residence, since he could will his clone, Crooked Soul, to take care of them, he had little worry. Han Li took a pill out of a bottle and swallowed it before closing his eyes, entering a state of oblivious cultivation. In the following days, apart from ordering Crooked Soul to tend to the matters outside of his room, he was completely focused on refining his chi. As time passed, Han Li's mind eventually felt no desire. Whenever he felt that his body's spiritual chi was lacking, he casually swallowed a medicine pill and entered meditation once more. Years upon years of monotonous cultivation had passed, fueled by Han Li's intense desire to reach core formation. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the hidden room's door still showed not a single sign of movement. 20 years passed by and still the room's door remained shut. 30 years. Time continued to flow with countless suns and moons scurrying past the sky. On a day during the 60th year, a black cloud suddenly appeared above Han Li's cave residence. The weather suddenly underwent a huge change, causing his silver beetles to wildly scatter inside their room. At nearly the same time, threads of spiritual chi from the nearby 100 kilometers frantically amassed towards Han Li's cave residence, creating a huge vortex of spiritual chi that could be seen with the naked eye. This scene alarmed the nearby cultivators. Regardless of whether they were passing by or a resident that lived nearby, they all stopped or left their cave residences, glancing at the scene with amazement. Core formation. Someone has undergone core formation. Many cultivators gazed at this scene and muttered to themselves, each with their own unique expression. While there were those that were envious and confused, there were even more that revealed gazes of admiration. At the same time, the cultivators at the island that were at core formation or higher noticed that the spiritual chi on Heavenly Star Island had undergone a strange change despite not having seen the phenomenon in the sky. They investigated by having their powerful spiritual senses leave their residences. As they gazed towards Han Li's cave residence, there were a few among them that were expressionless or excited. Some of them had even frowned. Chapter 398, Core Formation and Magic Treasures. The door to the secret room inside the cave residence had finally opened. A silhouette slowly walked out of the room with their face covered by long, disheveled hair. A yellow light then flashed to their side, revealing Crooked Soul with a stiff expression. Core formation. I finally obtained core formation. After looking at the exterior of the secret room in Crooked Soul, he heartily laughed towards the sky in awe-inspiring roars. The gaps through the long, disheveled hair revealed the face of Han Li, who had undergone 60 years of secluded cultivation. However, his eyes revealed a refined spirit, and his every movement contained a vast pressure as if he had become a different person entirely. After he finished laughing, Han Li looked at the scene outside of the hidden room with a sense of unfamiliarity. After ignoring the world for 60 years, he felt a great sense of change despite everything having remained the same. It was as if everything that had happened was but a distant matter. Han Li didn't stay still for long. Using his vague memories, he went back to his bedroom. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li left his bedroom with a beaming smile. He had restored his original attire and appearance, that of a youth about 20 years of age. Now wearing a cold expression, he calmly walked towards the insect room. The gold-devouring insects in the room had undergone a massive change over the years. Not only had their numbers reached a frightening several tens of thousands, but their originally silver shells began to reveal spots of gold, causing them to appear even more sinister and savage than before. Han Li didn't reveal the slightest amazement. He had found out about this many years ago from his clone, Crooked Soul. The only change was that now he was able to see this with his own eyes. Han Li hadn't expected that his original flash of insight to test the rainbow skirt grass on his gold-devouring beetles would unexpectedly resolve the problem of their breeding. While he was in seclusion, Crooked Soul continuously fed the gold-devouring beetles stalks of rainbow skirt grass with their leaves uncurled. These beetles became increasingly violent after eating the herbs. After 4 years of consumption, the gold-devouring beetles had undergone a transformation. One day after they finished eating the rainbow skirt grass, the beetles began to fight and cannibalize each other. A few days later, the original several hundred had been reduced to a mere dozen. However, the surviving beetles were now docile and more beautiful. Soon after, the cannibal beetles began to lay eggs. They all slowly died after having laid about 100 eggs each, leaving Han Li with over 1,000 insect eggs. The eggs hatched about a year later, and Crooked Soul continued to feed them the ripened rainbow skirt grass, causing them to cannibalize one another and lay their eggs once more. After several repetitions, the number of gold-devouring beetles started to frantically increase. Were it not for the fact that the amount of rainbow skirt grass he could mature was limited, he would have had the beetles cannibalize themselves much more often and ceaselessly increase their numbers. But what was most surprising was how the offspring of the cannibal beetles became both stronger and more violent with each increasing generation. In addition, their silver shells began to show gold spots at an increasing frequency. This made Han Li wonder if their grade would increase after their shells turned completely golden. Standing outside the insect room, Han Li stared at the gold-devouring beetles with a spirited gaze for half a day in silence. He clearly understood that this method of breeding the gold-devouring beetles was definitely not the orthodox method used by the beast-controlling cultivators of ancient times. He had attempted to possess Han Li's body but was punished as a result. 2. Han Li acquired the golden page from his former master, Li Huayuan, in Chapter 240. Chapter 399. Exquisite Sound Sect. As Han Li was silently contemplating inside his bedroom, his expression suddenly changed and he walked out. During his many years of seclusion, the entrance of his residence had remained sealed. He saw that outside his cave residence's restrictions, there were 8 sound transmission talismans of various colors, knocking against his barriers like headless houseflies. Han Li looked at the scene with raised eyebrows for a moment before taking out his authority talisman and saying, "Receive!" The sound transmission talismans outside the barriers shot into his hand in response. Han Li stood still as he calmly looked through them. Half of the sound transmission talismans were from neighboring core formation cultivators wishing to offer their congratulations. The other half of the sound transmission talismans were invitations from organizations of varying sizes to take a position as a high-ranking guest elder, using exceedingly rare treasures as payment. There was even one that offered 2 stunning maids as a recruitment gift right from the start. After looking through the details of their offers, Han Li inwardly rolled his eyes. He politely replied to the core formation cultivators offering their congratulations and gave a direct refusal to the many organizations. He didn't believe that he could take it easy and be without worry now that he reached core formation. He still had to use a bit of time to consolidate his core. Furthermore, Han Li considered it advantageous to maintain a low profile. In the coming days, Han Li started to frequently pay a visit to the cave residences of nearby core formation cultivators and humbly asked them for advice regarding what should be done after achieving core formation. Because the topic at hand wasn't some sort of secretive issue, these cultivators were happy to chat with him and give him a few pointers. Han Li ended up profiting quite a bit from these visits. However, a few cultivators felt very envious of how Han Li had managed to preserve his youthful appearance before achieving core formation. After all, apart from a minuscule group consisting of either geniuses with heavenly aptitude or those like Han Li who cultivate with the assistance of many spiritual medicines, most core formation cultivators had reached quite a considerable age by the time of their core formation. Although their lifespans had greatly increased after reaching core formation, they didn't regain their youthful appearance. At most, they would appear less sickly or haggard as they grew older. Naturally, there were a few cultivators that practiced a cultivation art that had the wondrous effect of preserving one's appearance and were also part of the group which preserved their youthful appearance after core formation. Han Li happened to still have a few face-setting pills on hand. As he wasn't particularly attached to them, he traded them with the core formation cultivators for a few rare items, much to everyone's satisfaction. Although Han Li didn't end up becoming close friends with any of them, they became familiar enough that he had an amiable relationship with them, capable of calling one another brother and fellow Taoist. During this time, Han Li had also refined the Green Brilliance dagger while searching for magic treasure and grade 3 puppet materials. There were many materials capable of refining magic treasures along with refinement techniques of almost every description. Apart from the power and efficacy, using top-quality materials to refine a magic treasure would result in far superior power and an even greater upgrade potential than those refined using common materials. Additionally, even if the same materials were used, there will be great differences in both power and efficacy depending on the secret techniques used to refine them. Chapter 400. Dignified Elder Zhao. Sorry for the long wait. This is Senior Han, the owner of those demon beast materials. After entering the room, Fan Jingmei spoke to the gray-clothed old man with a respectful tone. The gray-clothed old man replied, "Oh, so it's fellow Taoist Han. Please sit. This old man just steeped a pot of ice cloud spirit tea. Please have a taste." Han Li frowned. There was nothing odd about the old man's appearance apart from unusually red cheeks, as if he had just recovered from a grave illness. He couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled. His current spiritual sense was far stronger than cultivators of the same rank. In an instant, he was able to see that the old man was an early core formation cultivator. Han Li didn't say anything in refusal and bluntly took a seat across from the old man. Han Li indifferently stared at the old man as he poured a cup of fragrant tea, but didn't move to take it. Han Li didn't mean to slight the old man as he was acting out of habitual carefulness. He definitely wasn't going to drink something from an unfamiliar place. The old man didn't reveal any displeasure at Han Li's cautious actions. Instead, he faintly smiled and poured himself a cup, placing all other matters to the back of his head for that instant. Senior Han, we've come to find you on behalf of the Exquisite Sound Sect to purchase all of your remaining Demon Beast materials. Let's discuss the price. Just as Fan Jingmei sat down, she gently spoke to Han Li with a dainty composure. How could Han Li easily admit to still having many rare materials despite not knowing their intentions? After some calm thought about what they had said, Han Li decided to block them for the time being. It is true that I had previously acquired quite a few Demon Beast materials. However, I have just sold my last batch. I fear that must disappoint you. When Lady Fan heard Han Li's refusal, she sweetly smiled and softly spoke with a hint of laughter. It seems Senior Han wishes to fool us. Although our sect doesn't know how many Demon Beast materials you have, we are certain that it's a large amount. Otherwise, Senior Han wouldn't have so carefully sought out small traveling merchants to sell them to. In addition, every transaction was done in very small amounts and you look for a different buyer every time. Had our sect not happened to be gathering related materials, it's likely we wouldn't have discovered something was amiss. Senior sure is scared of having his wealth exposed. If this is the case, Senior Han can dispel those fears. Although our sect isn't some sort of superpower, our sect holds quite a positive reputation in the scattered star seas. If Senior were to sell all the materials to us, it would save us the trouble of repeatedly purchasing them from small merchants. The woman spoke with a beaming smile and a calm appearance. However, Han Li's eyes coldly glinted, and he slightly scowled. Finding out you had been secretly investigated wasn't a happy matter. In response to Han Li's scowl, Lady Fan suddenly changed the subject and gave Han Li an explanation. Senior Han, please don't blame me for my rude conduct from before. This matter is quite urgent and we had to make use of a majority of our power in Heavenly Star City to track you down. We hope that Senior will provide us assistance just this once. This time, she had placed herself in a weaker position with her words and gaze revealing a slight intention to implore. Han Li's scowl gradually subsided, but he didn't give an immediate response. Instead, he started to lightly tap the table with an indifferent expression. At this moment, Han Li's mind was continuously churning through lines of thought, analyzing the pros and cons at lightning speed. Although he didn't know why the Exquisite Sound Sect required such a large quantity of Demon Beast materials, they clearly believed that he possessed what they desired. Not only is his magic power exceedingly pure, but his body conceals the faint chi of a magic treasure. While he didn't have the time to secretly refine a magic treasure, he is in possession of an inherited magic treasure. We cannot look down on him. Elder Zhao shook his head and opposed the suggestion. The woman's eyes glinted with a strange expression as she slowly said, "So it seems this person isn't weak. How about we pull him into our operation in the coming month? If things go smoothly, we can spend a bit to rope him in. If things goes unfavorably, we can just abandon him." That really is a good method. But from the recent conversation, he appears to know when it is appropriate to retreat despite appearing so youthful. It doesn't seem he will be easily taken advantage of. What is your grasp of the situation? Are you thinking about seducing him? As the old man spoke, he revealed displeasure. Lady Fan shot a glance at the old man. Then, while stifling laughter, her eyes revealed fawning. Hee, Senior, you're jealous? Relax, I won't touch any man apart from you. She pulled away at her muslin shawl to reveal her extremely enchanting face. The old man originally appeared somewhat sickly. But upon seeing the woman, he was at a loss for words, and his cheeks flushed to an even deeper red. This scene left Lady Fan feeling very satisfied. Senior, in order to protect me, you suffered a great injury. It is something that I will always remember. After saying this, Lady Fan spun her lithe, well-endowed body around and slid into the old man's embrace, caressing the old man's chest with her slender, white hands. At this moment, Lady Fan's face revealed overflowing thoughts of love, and her eyes appeared moist to the point of overflowing with tears. Her alluring beauty was capable of even resurrecting dead men. The old man let out a breath as the woman's white hand climbed up his chest out of impatient desire. He then crudely responded by embracing her fragrant body with equivalently impure intentions. This scene caused the young woman who still remained in the room to deeply blush. She averted her gaze with a lowered head. "Leonor, how about you wait outside and report back once he returns?" Lady Fan softly whispered as if she had moaned. "Yes, of course." The young woman hastily responded as if she were being spared and stepped out of the room. But before she even left the room, they still continued. "That young girl has become far more beautiful these past 2 years. How about you give me a few years to teach her a couple things? Since good things shouldn't be given to outsiders." "Bah. You're dreaming. I only kept her around because she was useful. I forbid you from laying your hands on her." Could it be that Having clearly heard the two's flirtatious banter, the young woman sighed and left the room. After a short amount of time, Elder Zhao finished checking the materials and used a voice transmission to give Lady Fan an estimate. After some silent deliberation, she lowered the price by a tenth and offered it to Han Li. When Han Li heard this, he started muttering to himself, causing Lady Fan to somewhat worry. In order to ensure the deal went through, she gritted her teeth and hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to raise the price by 5%. After hearing the new price, Han Li nodded his head and approved. Although he clearly understood the price given was a bit low, being able to sell off all of these items in a single instance was much to his satisfaction. When Lady Fan saw Han Li approve, she felt greatly relieved and handed over a storage pouch containing a small sum of mid-grade spirit stones. The deal was now finished and both sides were satisfied. But as Han Li was about to take his leave, the woman casually said, "I've heard that Senior is looking for some exotic spirit bamboo. I happen to just acquire some information on this. Would Senior be interested in staying to listen?" Han Li's heart strongly stirred and he couldn't help but turn around. At that moment, Lady Fan was looking at Han Li with a smile. Her beautiful eyes were concealing a peculiar glint. Lady Fan, an expert of bewitchment techniques, intended to take advantage of Han Li's shock and stealthily plant a seed deep in his heart. In the future, Han Li would unconsciously become deferential to her as a result. As Han Li met her gaze, he felt a concentrated feeling of attraction towards her. It was smothering and difficult to escape. As his mind had nearly succumbed to the pressure, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning: bewitchment technique. Suddenly Han Li's heart trembled and his expression grew ice-cold. Upon seeing Han Li's icy intent, Lady Fan's heart trembled and her bewitchment technique lost its effect. Fearful, she hastily thought to turn her gaze away, but for some unknown reason her neck and skull had grown stiff and she was unable to turn her gaze away. She wasn't even able to open her mouth. Cultivation backlash. Once Lady Fan recognized what was happening, she felt her heart drop and did her utmost to break free of Han Li's grasp. "What did you do to Left Envoy Fan?" When Elder Zhao saw that Lady Fan appeared amiss, his eyes coldly glinted and he thought to step forward. However, Crooked Soul then blurred, disappearing from his sight. The old man couldn't help but be alarmed upon his sudden reappearance at his side with a strange movement technique, not knowing whether or not he should take action. At that moment, Lady Fan's expression became heartbreakingly pitiful, begging Han Li to show her mercy as her struggle to break free had been fruitless. Humph! With a cold snort, Han Li released her from his icy gaze. The woman then hastily turned her gaze away as if she were being spared. But at the same time she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and stain her shawl red. "Left Envoy Fan, are you?" Elder Zhao raised his brow upon seeing this and furiously glared at Han Li, wanting to attack. "Elder Zhao, don't get angry. Senior Han treated me leniently. I only suffered chi backlash. Spitting out only a bit of blood is already merciful." Lady Fan hastily stopped the old man from acting out of fury and said this with a wide smile. Having heard this, the old man's expression gradually softened and returned to normal. "I truly didn't think that Senior was an expert proficient in bewitchment techniques. I had impulsively attempted to test you, please don't blame me too harshly. However, I really do know some minor information on the whereabouts of Heaven Lightning Bamboo." Having seen that Han Li's gaze was still harsh, the woman took the initiative to speak, afraid that Han Li would investigate the previous matter. "Heaven Lightning Bamboo." Han Li's ice-cold expression stirred upon hearing this. "Heaven Lightning Bamboo? The same that is known as one of the 3 great divine woods?" Han Li was doubtful of what he heard, but his voice still contained a trace of excitement. Although he planned to use an exceptional bamboo to refine his magic treasure, he hadn't thought of being able to use one of the 3 great divine woods to refine it. But wasn't it said those 3 great divine woods have all gone extinct? Lady Fan took out a small jade bottle and swallowed a medicine pill that restored her pale complexion before replying with absolute certainty, "That's right. I have personally handled the item. It is definitely genuine." "Could it be that you've already sold it to someone else?" Han Li stared at the woman and his tone grew cold once more. At the same time he apprehensively thought, could it be this woman hasn't learned her lesson and wishes to use me to handle her dirty work? After a moment of hesitation, Lady Fan decided to give an explanation with an honest appearance. "No. This item was originally to be auctioned off in Heavenly Star City. However, we didn't expect for a majority of our goods to be robbed during transport. Our sect has managed to find the hideout of our thieves and are inviting righteous Taoists to take care of them in a single blow." After every 1,000 years, it only grows by only an inch. It is truly difficult to breed. The woman asked baffled. Han Li didn't respond to her question, lowering his head in contemplation. Just when Elder Zhao started to appear impatient, Han Li finally came to decision and calmly said, "In addition to the Heaven Lightning Bamboo, we still require another item as payment. After all, Crooked Soul is taking action alongside me. That isn't a problem. Our sect finds these conditions acceptable." Lady Fan agreed to the conditions with a beaming smile as if she had no intention of arguing. "Since this is the case, send someone to inform me at my cave residence when the time comes. Surely your esteemed sect should know where it is." Without waiting for Lady Fan to say anything more, he cupped his hands and quickly left with Crooked Soul, not allowing her any additional opportunities to use any of her bewitchment techniques. Han Li's blunt departure left Elder Zhao and Lady Fan looking at each other in dismay. Lady Fan's eyes revealed complicated emotions as her face continuously shifted between clear and gloomy. After returning to his cave residence, rather than quietly waiting for the Exquisite Sound sect to call on him, he visited a few of his core formation cultivator acquaintances and made a few inquiries about the Exquisite Sound sect. Surprisingly, they had all heard of this sect before. One of them even had previous transactions with them. According to what they said, the Exquisite Sound sect was acceptable and their business dealings were good. However, their sect had only had women in positions of power for generations. This included the position of sect master. The Exquisite Sound sect's strength couldn't be said to be powerful. Apart from the sect master, the only other high positions were the envoy of the left and the envoy of the right. As such, it was only natural that they would employ 2 or 3 guest elders as support. Among mid-grade powers, they could be considered to be among neither the best nor the worst. But even with their strength being nothing of note, they weren't to be easily provoked. This was because the female cultivators of the Exquisite Sound sect were each as beautiful as a flower and well-cultured. Those in power would often fight over their outstanding female cultivators to be their Tao companion. As such, they received quite a bit of both open and hidden support. However, what Han Li was most concerned about was that while their reputation was decent, he heard that they had plotted a small number of malicious conspiracies to murder other cultivators. But what was most famous about the Exquisite Sound sect were their bewitchment techniques. There were a large number of male cultivators that had become completely infatuated with their sect's female disciples. After acquiring this information, Han Li felt that he now had a general understanding of the Exquisite Sound sect. After some consideration, it seemed that he would have to take this job as he was unable to resist the Heaven Lightning Bamboo. As such, ever since he had returned to his cave residence, he started to quickly craft grade 3 puppets without end. Half a month later, a sound transmission talisman flew into Han Li's hand. After Han Li took a look, he tranquilly arranged his items and then brought Crooked Soul along with his 2 blood jade spiders out of his cave residence. When he arrived at one of Heavenly Star City's gates, the young woman named Liener was waiting for him apprehensively. When she saw Han Li and Crooked Soul arrive, she hastily ran over to them with a smile and said, "Seniors, my mistress wishes for me to bring you to the island we're gathering at. We will then set off on our journey afterwards." Han Li nodded his head and wordlessly spit out his green brilliance dagger. After wrapping the girl in the dagger's light, he flew off. Crooked Soul turned into a streak of yellow light and followed after them. This seemed to be the young woman's first time using a magic treasure to fly. Between occasionally giving Han Li some directions, she continuously gazed at Han Li's sword light with great curiosity. but whenever her gaze met Han Li's, she bashfully turned her head away. The young woman and Han Li were quite close within the sword light, almost touching each other. If Han Li slightly lowered his head, he would be able to see her white, flawless neck and smell the woman's sweet fragrance, taking advantage of his minor amount of luck. The woman seemed to have noticed this and her cheeks blushed a result, leaving Han Li feeling quite amused. He couldn't help but wear a mysterious smile. He had guessed that since Lady Fan sent her personal servant to guide his way, she was attempting to use a genuine beauty to entrap him, as her bewitchment techniques had proven ineffective on him. With that thought, he inwardly sneered and presumptuously took a deep whiff of the young woman's scent, causing her to slightly tremble. Her delicate, white ears turned pink and she appeared somewhat panicked. However, Han Li's imprudent actions stopped there, and he didn't progress a single step further. The young woman eventually regained her calm and continued to give Han Li directions. An hour later, Han Li descended onto a small barren, nameless island. About 100 meters away from the mountaintop, in addition to Lady Fan and Elder Zhao, there were over a dozen people sitting in meditation or whispering amongst themselves. There were 5 core formation cultivators, and the others were late foundation establishment. It seemed that the exquisite sound sect had spent quite a bit of their influence to gather this many people. Upon seeing her servant arrive together with Han Li and Crooked Soul, Lady Fan couldn't help but reveal happiness and hastily walked over with light steps. "It is truly fortunate for our sect that you 2 seniors have agreed to come. Let me introduce you to the others." The woman's eyes appeared to be overflowing with emotion. She introduced Han Li and Crooked Soul to a core formation cultivator surnamed Meng and 4 foundation establishment cultivators. But what was baffling was that after Lady Fan introduced them to these people, as if in an attempt to demonstrate her power, she didn't introduce them to the others. Lady Fan looked at a pretty woman wearing lotus green clothing, and Han Li followed her gaze, realizing that the cultivators she hadn't introduced to them appeared to be affiliated with the green-clothed woman. The woman had long eyebrows, upturned eyes and a tall, slender nose. Her elegant eyes seemed to conceal a baleful aura. From a single glance, one could tell that she held a position of authority. However, her appearance aroused a desire to conquer her among men. This woman coldly laughed after seeing Lady Fan, but she appeared slightly shocked upon seeing Han Li and Crooked Soul. She then turned around and whispered to a middle-aged cultivator behind her, not paying attention to Lady Fan in the slightest. "Who is she?" Han Li asked with a calm expression. Fan Jingmei gave a start before begrudgingly giving an answer. "Zhuoruding, our sect's envoy of the right." Han Li couldn't help but take another glance at this woman, much to the displeasure of Fan Jingmei. Han Li didn't have any unbecoming thoughts towards this Zhuoruding. He merely felt that the grace and appearance of this woman gave him a feeling of strong familiarity, and he couldn't help but sink into contemplation. Lady Fan grew sullen upon seeing this and turned to speak with Crooked Soul. However, Crooked Soul remained expressionless while she spoke and didn't utter a single word in response, leaving her even gloomier. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.